Chapter 32:15. Chai Xiongyi, Lian Qinghe, and Hao Wang Tongjin, these two aren't outsiders. Chai Xiongyi replied indifferently, they're the two revered elders who recently joined the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. This is revered elder Duan Lingtian, and this is revered elder Huan. Following that, Chai Xiongyi introduced Duan Lingtian and Huan to the four people who were staring at him with unsightly expressions. Revered elders, they're from the Tong clan. The Tong clan is one of the 4 grade 6 forces in the northern tundra. Tongjin is the clan leader of the Tong clan, and the other 3 are the supreme elders of the Tong clan. After introducing Duan Lingtian and Huan to the 4 people, Chai Xiongyi introduced them to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Send them away. A hint of coldness flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he saw the 4 people in front of him had no intention of paying him any heed. Yes, Brother Lingtian, replied. At the same time, a terrifying wave of mental energy spread out from her body and enveloped the 4 people from the Tong clan. While the 4 people from the Tong clan were momentarily affected by Huan's mental energy fluctuation, Duan Lingtian had already teleported to their sides. He lifted them up one by one and threw them out of the glacier valley. Bang, 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 bang. When the 4 people regained their senses, they felt a sharp pain in their bodies. They discovered they were no longer in the glacier valley. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw this. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. These 2 people aren't even celestial lords. Why are they so terrifying? If the purple-clad young man didn't hold back earlier, we would have died. The old man from the Tong clan said with an unsightly expression on his face. I'm certain that woman is only a 10 directions celestial king while the man is only a 9 palaces celestial king. Since when did 2 mere immortal kings possess such strength? The other middle-aged man's expression was unsightly as well. Based on Huan's soul aura and Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy, he was able to determine their true cultivation bases. The ones who threw the 4 immortal emperors out were actually 2 immortal kings? In the past, when others told them that there was an immortal king who could do this, they would definitely not believe it. But now it happened to them, so they had no choice but to believe it. I feel that we were too careless. Otherwise, how could we have allowed them to take advantage of us? Tongjin said in a deep voice. I think so too. The last middle-aged man felt the same way. In an instant, 2 of the 4 people stepped into the air one after another. Clearly, they wanted to step into the glacier valley again. If you dare to come in again, you won't be leaving today, Duan Lingtian said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. I advise the 4 of you not to take any chances. Even if Lian Qinghe and I join forces, we're not a match for any of the 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. Hao Wang laughed heartily. Naturally, his words were meant to intimidate the 4 people from the Tong clan. The 4 people from the Tong clan were indeed intimidated. Various expressions flashed across their faces before they finally left. Chai Xiongyi, Hao Wang, Lian Qinghe. The Snow Horizon Immortal Sect's stay in the Glacier Valley isn't decided by the Tong clan alone. If the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect wants to take back the 3 months, you'll have to obtain the agreement of the 3 clans first. Before he left, he looked at Chai Xiongyi and the other 2 immortal emperors coldly and said in a deep voice, We'll go to the Thousand Search Celestial Sect and the Situ clan now. I only hope that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect can convince the 3 clans. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Tong clan flew away. So what if all the celestial lords from the 3 clans are here? We have 2 revered elders of the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect. If they dare to be arrogant, don't blame us for taking away their time in the Glacier Valley. Lian Qinghe snorted and said, You can't say that. We can only say that the Snow Horizon Immortal Sect is taking back their time. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hao Wang and Chai Xiongyi who were standing at the side felt reassured. At this moment, Duan Lingtian began to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Glacier Valley. Indeed, it was very dense. With the help of the Divine Tree of Life's main branch, his cultivation speed would be able to reach a higher level. In addition, in this glacier valley, he also felt a bone-chilling aura. That aura gave him a mysterious feeling. Sometimes, he felt that it was easy to grasp, but in the blink of an eye, he felt that there was no way to grasp it. The Law of Ice. When Duan Lingtian recalled what Chai Xiongyi and the other two immortal emperors had said earlier, it was not difficult for him to guess it was the Law of Ice. The Law of Ice was something that could not be touched or touched. One could only rely on oneself to comprehend it. Brother Lingtian, there seems to be something down there. The aura here seems to be coming from that direction. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard Huan Er's voice transmission. At this moment, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and discovered what Huan was talking about. That must be the place that's shrouded by the formation. However, even if they join forces, they still can't break the formation. Brother Lingtian, this formation is indeed very powerful. However, I seem to have records of this formation in my memories. If I remember correctly, this formation is called the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation. It's usually used to suppress things of extreme cold. Huan continued to speak to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. The Swirling Freezing Sky Formation? Duan Lingtian was confused. Then, he asked the 5 divine elements in his body, "Do you know what the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation is?" The profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth in his body had ancient memories. It could be said that they were like encyclopedias. It was only natural that they had some understanding of the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation. The Swirling Freezing Sky Formation? Lad, are you telling the truth? The chaos divine flame and profound divine metal asked one after another. Hints of shock could be heard in their voices. If it's really the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation, then it must be suppressing something of extreme cold. Normally, the thing suppressed by the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation is extremely powerful to an artifact soul. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Lad, the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation is set up by a titled Celestial Emperor. Don't even think about breaking it. The only thing you can do is let Huang have a look. She's the artifact soul of a divine artifact, so the Swirling Freezing Sky Formation won't reject her. Duan Lingtian nodded. Huang Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Then he nodded. All right. Following that, under the shocked gazes of the 3 men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and struck the ground, creating a huge ice crater. At the same time, a chilling light shot out of the ice crater. It's the formation. Chai Xiongyi's expression was grim as he said, "Lord Revered Elder, I'm afraid even a titled Celestial Lord might not be able to break this formation." Chai Xiongyi was about to advise Duan Lingtian not to waste his time when Duan Lingtian dove into the ice crater. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the 3 from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's disciples changed drastically. They wanted to step forward, but Huan had already stepped in front of them, preventing them from taking another step forward. Revered Elder Huan, we just wanted to warn Revered Elder Lingtian that the formation is not an ordinary formation. If he uses brute force, he'll be injured. Lian Qinghe said with a bitter smile on his face. Revered Elder Lingtian, just look at the formation. Don't rashly attack it. Hao Wang reminded Duan Lingtian, who had already entered the ice crater. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had no intention of attacking the formation under the ice pit. He hovered in the air inside the ice pit. Below the ice pit was a layer of light at the edge of the formation that looked like a glass cover. However, the light was so cold that he could not see what was happening inside. Huang go. Duan Lingtian called out to Huang who was in his body. Go and see if that thing is useful to you. If it's useful to you, it'll be good fortune for you. I'll bring the 7 orifices exquisite sword with me. After a few moments, a silhouette appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It was a graceful woman with a seductive appearance. She wore a rainbow-colored robe that was dazzling. She looked like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. All right. Upon hearing Huang Er's words, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and handed it to her. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to use the thing inside the formation to merge with the 7 orifices exquisite sword and become its sword soul. At the same time, I'll be able to leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and reveal my true form. After Huang took the 7 orifices exquisite sword from Duan Lingtian, she entered the formation at Duan Lingtian's feet. Although Duan Lingtian could not enter the formation, Huang was able to pass through it with the 7 orifices exquisite sword. From the beginning until the end, she did not encounter any obstruction at all. It was as though she was returning home. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was the only one who saw this. Before entering the formation, Duan Lingtian had told Huang not to let the 3 people from the Snow Horizon Celestial sect near the formation because he did not want them to see her and the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Sush. After Huang entered the formation with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and left the ice pit before he returned to the glacier valley. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the ice shards that flew out of the crater were all sent back into the ice crater, and the ice crater was once again filled up. As the ice water flowed over the surface of the ice pit that had been filled, a wisp of cold air spread out. The ice water condensed and smoothed the ice pit again. At first glance, there was no trace of the ice pit at all. If the 7 orifices exquisite sword and Huang completely merge, its power will increase tremendously. Since Huang can leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and reveal her true form, her strength must be extraordinary as well. Chapter 32:16. Duan Lingtian and Huan had only stayed in Glacier Valley for half a day when they were awakened by Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect. Revered elders, the people from the Tong clan are here again. The people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect are here as well. Upon hearing Chai Xiongyi's voice, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. With just a glance, he saw the 4 people from the Tong clan flying toward them in the distance. There were 5 other people in the group as well. 2 of them were standing close to each other while the other 3 were standing closer to each other. Those 2 old fogies are from the Situ clan. As for the other 3, they're the 3 guardians of the Thousand Search Celestial sect. All of them are one basic celestial kings. Naturally, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect each have a celestial lord as well. Even their clan leaders aren't here. Before the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Chai Xiongyi said to Duan Lingtian. As soon as Chai Xiongyi finished speaking, the 9 figures had already entered Glacier Valley. It's the 2 of them. Chai Xiongyi said they're the revered elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial sect, but I think they're reinforcements. Otherwise, how could the Snow Horizon Celestial sect attract them to join us? After the 9 people entered Glacier Valley, Tong Jin, the clan leader of the Tong clan, glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan before he said to the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect. Before the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial sect could reply, Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had already risen into the air. She looked at the 9 people from the Tong clan and said coldly, "How dare all of you ignore Brother Lingtian's words?" As soon as Huan finished speaking, her powerful mental energy swept out again, stunning the 9 people from the Tong clan. When she reappeared, she was already standing in front of the 4 people from the Tong clan. The Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring appeared in her hand before she threw it at the 4 people from the Tong clan. Spurt! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Yin-Yang 9 water chestnut ring had already streaked across the bodies of the 4 people from the Tong clan, instantly killing them. When the 4th person was killed, the 2 men from the Situ clan and the 3 men from the Thousand Search Celestial sect finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed drastically as they hastily retreated. Then, they spread out and looked at Huan, from afar as though they were facing a formidable enemy. At that very moment, their eyes were filled with intense fear. It was too terrifying. The peerless beauty in front of him was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the 4 celestial lords of the Tong clan were all killed. After all, if the 4 people of the Tong clan were to join forces, even if the 5 of them were to join forces, They would still need to spend at least 15 minutes to be able to take them down. Yet, the woman before them had killed them in an instant. If her target was us, we would be dead by now. The five of them looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. This, Chai Xiong-yi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, the two supreme elders of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang, stared at the white figure with their mouths agape. Although they knew the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's revered elder Huan was strong, they did not expect her to be so strong. However, they did not expect her to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, the four celestial lords from the Tong clan were killed. They did not even have a chance to retaliate. Brother Ling Tian, Huan called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she collected the spatial rings left behind by the four celestial lords from the Tong clan. Then, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side and obediently handed the spatial rings to Duan Lingtian. The five of you, did you follow the people from the Tong clan here to spar? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two men from the Situ clan and the three men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect after he collected their spatial rings. Spar? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the corners of the five celestial lords' mouths twitched in unison. How were they supposed to spar? The four celestial lords from the Tong clan were not much weaker than them, and yet, they were killed in just a blink of an eye. I'm Situ Yun, and this is my second brother, Situ Feng. We have no objections to your decision. Moreover, since the four celestial lords from the Tong clan have died, the Tong clan won't be able to return here in the future. In the future, the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect can stay here for 6 months while the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect can stay here for 3 months each. What do you think? One of the men from the Situ clan looked at Duan Lingtian warily as he asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. The Thousand Search Celestial Sect has the same opinion as the Situ clan. The three men from the Thousand Search Celestial Sect hurriedly expressed their opinions as well. It was as though they were afraid they would follow in the footsteps of the four celestial lords from the Tong clan if they were too slow. You're quite tactful. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Since you're so tactful, I won't make things difficult for you. We'll do as you say after 60 years. However, for the next 60 years, this place will belong to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect won't be allowed to enter this place. Can you do that? Duan Lingtian asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the expressions of the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect changed drastically. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so domineering as to occupy this place for 60 years. However, they still agreed to it in the end. They could afford to wait for 60 years. Moreover, they had taken advantage of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect in the past. Even if they returned the favor, it would not be just 60 years. Even after the people from the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect left in a fluster, the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect were still in a daze. Thank you, revered elders. When the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect regained their senses, they bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. We'll be cultivating here for a period of time. You don't have to worry about us. Feel free to come here at any time. We don't care about the heaven and earth spirit energy and our comprehension of the law of ice. Duan Lingtian said to the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. In the following days, he would have to stay here and pay attention to Huang Er's condition to avoid any accidents. Thank you, revered elder. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the eyes of the three men from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect brightened. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If you really want to thank me, please inform me immediately if you receive any news about the appearance of celestial pills or celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Duan Lingtian said, Rest assured, revered elder. I'll immediately send a message to Elder Chiu, who's in charge of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's intelligence network. I'll ask him to keep an eye on this matter. I'll inform you immediately, Chai Xiongyi said confidently. Revered elder, I have 2 celestial fruits that can help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. Please take them. I have one as well. Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang took out the celestial fruits they had kept for many years from their spatial rings and gave them to Duan Lingtian. Although they were ordinary celestial fruits, they were still useful to Duan Lingtian since they could raise his cultivation base to a certain extent. Thank you. After that, Duan Lingtian and Huan stayed in Glacier Valley for a period of time. Duan Lingtian had specially built an exquisite wooden hut for Huan. Apart from that, he also had a courtyard planted with flowers and trees that were resistant to the cold. It was just like the courtyard where they lived in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. During this time, the 3 celestial lords from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect did not hesitate to help Duan Lingtian. All of them were eager to help Duan Lingtian. After witnessing how Huan killed the 4 people from the Tong clan, they treated Duan Lingtian and Huan like gods. Not only did they not dare to neglect them, but they were also afraid that they would leave the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect in a fit of anger if they had wronged them. They wished that Huan and Huan would stay in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect forever. However, they knew it was impossible for them to do that. 60 years. Revered Elder Lingtian, let's just say 60 years. I have a feeling he'll still leave after 60 years. Lian Qinghe and Hao Wang whispered to each other. Even so, the Situ clan and the Thousand Search Celestial Sect won't dare to go back on their word. Unless they're certain Revered Elder Lingtian and Revered Elder Huan will never return, they'll have no choice but to tuck their tails between their legs in front of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Hao Wang said. Spring passed and autumn came. However, the change of seasons did not affect the northern ice plains at all. The northern ice plains was cold all year round, and snow covered the land. 10 years later, in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan, in a wooden hut, a beautiful woman dressed in a rainbow-colored robe appeared in front of them. At first, it was just a shadow, but it gradually became more and more corporeal. It was none other than Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Thank you for giving me a second chance at life, Master. Huang knelt in front of Duan Lingtian. Whether it was on the surface or in her heart, she was extremely respectful toward him. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel that Huang was different from the past. In the past, although Huang had agreed to become the sword soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword, she had her own past and was still immersed in that memory. She was more perfunctory to him. However, the current Huang seemed to have truly become the sword soul of the divine weapon in his hand. She was completely obedient to him, and she was no longer obsessed with her past. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, what's going on? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. It's simple, the Chaos Divine Flame said. The 7 orifices exquisite sword has long acknowledged you as its master. Although this girl used to be the sword soul of another divine weapon, her thoughts are more influenced by the 7 orifices exquisite sword's loyalty to you now that she's completely merged with it. Even if you ask her to kill that brat Ling Jueyun, she won't hesitate at all. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is it possible that she no longer has her past memories? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Her past memories haven't disappeared. They've just faded away. She doesn't care about them anymore. What she cares about the most now is being loyal to you and obeying your orders. In her life, your will is the only thing that keeps her alive. Chapter 32:17. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian immediately understood. Although the current Huang was still the Huang of the past, her will was also influenced by the 7 orifices exquisite sword due to the fact that she had completely merged with it. Everything she did was to follow its master. To test Huang, Duan Lingtian deliberately asked, what if I go back on my word and refuse to avenge Ling Jueyun's clan when I'm strong enough? What will you do? If you're unwilling, master, I won't force you, replied without hesitation. Huang responded without any hesitation. From beginning to end, whether it was on her face or in the depths of her eyes, there was not even a trace of dissatisfaction. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was certain. Huang would only listen to him regardless of whether he went back on his word or not. I was just kidding. Don't worry, I'll definitely fulfill my promise to you. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Alas, Huang did not respond even when he tried to salvage the situation. It was as though she would support Duan Lingtian unconditionally no matter what he did. It seems like she's completely loyal to me now, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but worry about Huang Er's independent will in the past. What if she was still loyal to Ling Jueyun and Ling Jueyun's clan after becoming the sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Moreover, if he were to oppose Ling Jueyun one day, it would be impossible for her to help him deal with Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian was very pleased with Huang Er's change. After all, no one would want to have a ticking time bomb by their side. Brother Ling Tianxi's? Huang looked at Huang. A hint of wariness could be seen in her eyes when she saw another woman standing next to her brother Ling Tian. Although this woman was inferior to her in all aspects, there were some things that she did not have. This is the soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword that I mentioned to you before, Huang. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, now, she has completely merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and can show her real body. So she's the sword spirit of Big Brother Ling Tian's Seven Orifices exquisite sword? Huang was enlightened. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to this place. Duan Lingtian explained the whole story to Huang. Over the past 10 years, Huang successfully merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the extremely cold object beneath the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian thought. Huang, who'd been kneeling in front of Duan Lingtian, transformed into a beam of rainbow light and entered his body. Huang, what is that thing of extreme cold? Duan Lingtian asked Huang curiously. Master, it's the primordial ice marrow. Huang, who was already in Duan Lingtian's body, replied, after I merged with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword with the help of the primordial ice marrow, the primordial ice marrow was almost depleted. The primordial ice marrow in this valley will disappear in at most 100 years, Huang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on Huang words, it was clear the valley would lose its original use and become an ordinary valley after 100 years. At that time, his cultivation speed would not be fast if he were to cultivate here. In addition, comprehending the laws of ice here would no longer give him any advantage. I didn't expect Huang to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword and take away the Snow Horizon celestial sect's fortune. I hope I can compensate them for the next 50 years. If the Snow Horizon celestial sect had not brought him and Huang here, he would not have known about this place and would not have been able to merge with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword in such a short time. For this reason, he owed the Snow Horizon celestial sect a favor. Now that he knew the Snow Horizon celestial sect would lose such a good place because of Huang, he could not help but feel guilty. How strong are you now? Duan Lingtian asked. The sword soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon in the hands of an expert in the realms of gods. Even in her human form, she was still very powerful. My cultivation base is the same as Master's. My cultivation base is the same as Master's, Huang said. As for the laws I've comprehended, they're still there. However, with Master's current strength, you're unable to unleash the full power of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's why the laws I've comprehended are suppressed as well. However, I'm not any weaker than you, Master, said. Duan Lingtian nodded. What law did you comprehend? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Weapon souls usually comprehend the law of destruction, Huang replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The law of destruction? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. As far as he knew, the law of destruction was not related to the laws of the five elements, just like the law of light and the law of darkness. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind were closely related to the laws of the five elements. Moreover, it was said that the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness were below the four supreme laws. After that, there was the law of ice, the law of thunder, the law of wind, and the law of comprehension. Celestial methods and divine abilities can only be comprehended from the laws of the 5 elements. The law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of wind are closely related to the laws of the 5 elements. As for the law of destruction, the law of light, and the law of darkness, one needs a certain amount of luck to comprehend them. Duan Lingtian knew this as well. Master, if you use the 7 orifices exquisite sword more, you'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction that I've comprehended through the 7 orifices exquisite sword. For someone with a divine weapon, it's not difficult to comprehend the law of destruction. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian agreed with Huang Er's words. It was not difficult to comprehend any law of destruction, but it was extremely difficult to comprehend it to a high level. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he could comprehend the law of destruction through the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he did not plan to find a place to use the sword to comprehend the law of destruction. Even if he comprehended the law of destruction now, it would not be of much use to him since his comprehension of the law of space had already reached a high level. However, it would be difficult for him to catch up with the law of space. If he could not catch up, there was no need for him to spend time comprehending the law of space. I have the supreme divinity, so I won't encounter any bottlenecks in comprehending the law of space. Before I comprehend all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage, there's no need for me to waste time comprehending other laws. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Even the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth reminded him of this. Although they could help Duan Lingtian comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth faster, they knew that the supreme divinity would give Duan Lingtian an advantage that they could not compare to. Moreover, the stronger Duan Lingtian was, the better it would be for them. At that time, they would be able to devour the 5 divine elements with Duan Lingtian's help. At this moment, they would not be willing to leave even if Duan Lingtian chased them away. Lord Revered Elder. 20 years after Huang Er had merged with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian was cultivating in Glacier Valley when he heard the voice outside. He immediately left his room and saw Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, standing not far from his courtyard. Is something the matter, sect leader? Duan Lingtian asked. Reverend, I've found a clue about the matter you asked me to pay attention to. Recently, a place that seems to be a precious land of herbs has appeared 1,000,000 miles to the east of our northern ice field. Now, many people are rushing there. Many people are rushing there, Chai Xiongyi said. However, it's said that the people from the nearby Grade 5 forces have also gone there. It's very likely that they've sealed off the medicinal herb paradise and only allowed their own people to enter before the medicinal herb paradise appears. A medicinal herb paradise? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the Devata realms, medicinal herb paradises were small realms that were hard to come by. They were filled with all kinds of celestial herbs and celestial fruits. Medicinal herb paradises were the benefits given by the Heavenly Emperor's forces to the people in the Devata realms. Only those who were fated would be able to witness the birth of a medicinal herb paradise. Only those who were fated would be able to enter the medicinal herb paradise to harvest celestial herbs and celestial fruits. There were no tests or dangers in the medicinal herb paradise. The only dangers were those who entered the medicinal herb paradise with the cultivator. For this reason, the medicinal herb paradises would usually be monopolized by the people from the major forces. Then, the people from the major forces would peacefully harvest the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. Is it really a medicinal herb paradise? Duan Lingtian asked again. After all, medicinal herb paradises were extremely rare. Not everyone would be able to find one. In the past 30 years, although Chai Xiongyi had provided him with information about celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base through the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's intelligence network, he did not obtain many celestial fruits. After all, most of the time, it was purely a matter of luck. For example, when he arrived, not only did someone obtain a celestial fruit, but they even ate it. There were a few times when this happened. There were other situations as well. In the end, Duan Lingtian was a little lazy and did not like to move. He was not interested in competing for celestial fruits. However, medicinal herb paradises were different. It's very likely, Chai Xiongyi said solemnly. However, if the medicinal herb paradises are monopolized by those grade 5 forces, it'll be difficult for you to enter, revered elder. You don't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Where's the medicinal herb paradises? After learning the location of the medicinal herb paradises, Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan, and the two of them made their way to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. It had been 30 years since they arrived at the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. Huan Er's cultivation base had long since become a one basic celestial lord. Chapter 32:18. In the Devata realms, apart from the mysterious tidal temple, the most powerful force was the Heavenly Emperor's faction. The Heavenly Emperor's faction was also known as the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and the Palace Master was the Heavenly Emperor of the Devata realm. As a Heavenly Emperor who ruled a Devata realm, it was only natural that he would take care of the people in the Devata realm. The medicinal herb paradise was one of the Heavenly Emperors. There were various grades of medicinal herb paradise. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial emperors improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. In the first-grade medicinal land, immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could raise the cultivation of immortal kings were like weeds all over the mountain. Naturally, the medicinal herb paradise was the rarest. Every 10,000 years, the heavenly emperors of Devata realms would distribute a medicinal herb paradise to the Devata realms under their control. Below the first-grade medicinal herblands were the second-grade medicinal herblands. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. There were only 2 medicinal herb paradises that would appear once every 1,000 years. There were also 3 medicinal herb paradises that appeared once every 1,000 years. Third-grade medicinal treasure grounds would appear once every 100 years. There were also immortal fruits and immortal herbs that could help immortal emperors improve their cultivation. However, there were very few of them, as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. There were only a few celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial kings improve their cultivation bases. There were many celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help celestial dukes improve their cultivation bases. However, there were more celestial fruits and celestial herbs that could help overarching heavenly supreme celestials improve their cultivation bases. There were also many celestial fruits and celestial herbs and celestial fruits that could help celestial dukes improve one's cultivation base. There's no way that medicinal herb paradise is a first-class medicinal herb paradise. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, first-class medicinal herb paradises only appear in the Jade Emperor territory. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. As for a second-grade medicinal herb paradise, that's possible. However, the possibility of a third-grade medicinal herb paradise is still the highest. On the way, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. It would be best if it was a second-grade medicinal land. On the other hand, if it was a third-grade medicinal land, although it was slightly inferior, there was still hope for him to obtain the immortal fruits he needed. As for immortal herbs, although there were some that could assist in cultivation, their effects were far inferior to immortal fruits. Immortal herbs were mostly used to concoct pills. However, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills had fallen behind. Moreover, the chaotic divine flame was only in its 3rd form. Even if he wanted to refine pills, he wouldn't be able to refine the immortal pills that he needed. Therefore, he could only stare at the immortal fruit. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the place that Chai Xiongyi, the sect leader of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, had told them about. Greetings, Sir Consecrators. The elder from the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect who met with Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian was an old man. He was extremely respectful toward Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. He did not even dare to look at Huan, afraid that he would blaspheme her. What's the situation now? Duan Lingtian asked. The auspicious signs from the Mountain of Herbs appeared this morning. It's a third-grade medicinal herb paradise. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Elder said. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Elder said, a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise means a grade 5 force won't be able to seal it off. Once a grade 3 medicinal herb paradise appears, anyone within 10,000 miles of it will be able to enter the grade 3 medicinal herb paradise with just a thought. No matter how many people there are in a 5th grade force, it's impossible for them to seal off an area of 10,000 miles. The Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Elder explained to Duan Lingtian that the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise that appeared this time was only a 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. The auspicious signs appeared this morning. This means the medicinal herb paradise will appear in 3 days. Duan Lingtian had learned about the medicinal herb paradise through the memory celestial talisman. Therefore, he knew the medicinal herb paradise would appear 3 days after the auspicious signs appeared. It was not only the case for 3rd grade medicinal herb paradises, but it was the same for 2nd grade and 1st grade medicinal herb paradises as well. Sir Consecrators, I've arranged a place for both of you to stay for the next 3 days. Come with me. Under the Snow Horizon Celestial Sex Elders arrangement, Duan Lingtian and Huan stayed within 10,000 miles of the medicinal herb paradise. At that time, they did not even need to leave their lodgings. All they had to do was extend their divine consciousness and come into contact with the light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. The light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise would cover an area of 10,000 miles. Anyone who came into contact with the light would be transported to the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. If it was a 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise, the light from the 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 100 miles. It was not difficult for other forces to monopolize the 2nd grade medicinal herb paradise. On the other hand, the light from the 1st grade medicinal herb paradise would only cover an area of 1 mile. Brother Lingtian, there's still 30 years left. I'm sure you'll be able to break through and become a celestial lord. Duan Lingtian, who was standing in front of the window and looking at the location of the Medicine Mountain's treasure vault, was waiting for them to settle down in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sex residence. I know my own situation. I only became a 10 Directions Celestial King 20 years ago. My cultivation has been progressing at a snail's pace. Unless I have a fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for me to become a celestial lord in 30 years. Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Perhaps, the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise is an opportunity for you, Brother Lingtian, Huan said solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. I hope so. However, I won't force it. After 30 years, Duan Lingtian no longer cared about whether he would be able to enter the genius secret realm or not. He just wanted to leave it to fate. There were only 30 years left before the genius secret realm would open. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian cultivated while Huan comprehended the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. Brother Lingtian, is that the light from the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise? Without any warning, golden rays of light appeared outside the window. However, as soon as they appeared, they began to fade. Huan, use your divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan. With just a thought, he extended his divine consciousness and probed the fading golden rays of light. As soon as Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness touched the golden rays of light, his vision darkened. When he reappeared, he was already in a world of lush greenery. So many celestial herbs. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian discovered 10% of the greenery was filled with celestial herbs. When he looked around, he discovered there was no one around. As for Huan, she was not by his side. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Although Huan was holding his hand before he entered the secret realm, they would still be separated when they entered the 3rd grade medicinal herb paradise. Nevertheless, this was not a bad thing. Both of them could collect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits on their own. Duan Lingtian had already told Huan about this. Duan Lingtian was not worried about Huan Er's safety. The strongest person in the secret realm was a celestial lord from a grade 5 force. It was impossible for a grade 5 force to have a titled celestial lord. As long as they were not titled celestial lords, they would not be a threat to Huan. Not only had Huan Er become a one basic celestial lord, but her comprehension of the law of space had also reached a high level. Let alone ordinary celestial lords, not many titled celestial lords could compare to Huan Er in terms of comprehension of the law of space. Are those flowing elements celestial fruits? After searching through the celestial herbs in the secret realm, Duan Lingtian saw a group of people frantically searching for celestial herbs. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 3 glowing celestial fruits on a small tree not far away. With just a glance, he could tell they were flowing elements celestial fruits. These celestial fruits could help a celestial king cultivate. He was eager to obtain them. They're flowing elements celestial fruits. Flowing elements celestial fruits. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the flowing elements celestial fruits. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the flowing elements celestial fruits. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to the flowing elements celestial fruits. He extended his hand and plucked the flowing elements celestial fruits. It's the teleportation profundity. He has comprehended the law of space. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian plucking the flowing elements celestial fruits in just a blink of an eye, the group of people who had yet to make a move looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Brother, don't you think it's a little unfair for you to take all 3 flowing elements celestial fruits? A bald man stepped forward and asked Duan Lingtian with narrowed eyes. What? Are you dissatisfied? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who's dissatisfied. Everyone here is dissatisfied as well. The bald man said matter-of-factly. If that's the case, why don't you take a move from me? If you can take a move from me, I'll give you a flowing element celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the bald man. Are you serious? The bald man's eyes lit up. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had revealed his celestial origin energy when he teleported. Many people in the surroundings could tell he was a 10 Directions celestial king. The bald man was one of the people who had seen through Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Most importantly, he was also a 10 Directions celestial king. Swoosh! As soon as the bald man finished speaking, Duan Lingtian teleported in front of him. As soon as the bald man's celestial origin energy surged and he cast his profundities, Duan Lingtian waved his hand. Buzz! A gray light blade swept past and annihilated all of the bald man's hastily launched means and killed him. The entire place fell silent immediately. You're considered strong among the 10 Directions celestial kings. However, hand over the 3 flowing elements celestial fruits now. A figure stepped out of the air and looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. It's Elder Sun Yu from the 5th grade Ganges profound sect. Elder Sun Yu is a celestial lord. Chapter 32:19. The person who stepped forward to demand Duan Lingtian to hand over the celestial fruit was a middle-aged man dressed in a long silver robe. His face was as fair as jade, and there was a conspicuous cinnabar mole on his forehead. One basic celestial lord? Duan Lingtian could tell the middle-aged man was a one basic celestial lord based on the celestial origin energy he emitted. If you want my celestial fruit, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to take it away from me. Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. From the beginning until the end, he did not take this celestial lord seriously at all. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the onlookers. This 10 Directions celestial king dares to speak to Elder Sun Yu in such a manner? Elder Sun Yu is not only an elder of the Ganges profound sect, but he's also a one basic celestial lord. Is this brat crazy? I'm afraid this brat is in trouble. At this moment, a hint of pity could be seen in the eyes of the onlookers as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They felt Duan Lingtian was seeking death. Brat, since you're seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sun Yu's eyes flashed coldly as he made his move. He did not even take out his celestial weapon. In his opinion, a 10 Directions celestial king was not worthy of his celestial weapon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Sun Yu had comprehended the law of wind. With a sway of his body, he transformed into a gust of wind that blew toward Duan Lingtian. Just as he was about to attack Duan Lingtian suddenly vanished from his spot. Teleportation? Sun Yu sneered. So what if you've comprehended the law of space? My speed can keep up with your teleportation speed. Is that so? Duan Lingtian, who had teleported 100 meters behind Sun Yu, could not help but laugh. I'll give you a chance then. Let's see how you're going to catch up to me. A moment later, the two of them started to chase after each other under the watchful eyes of the crowd. However, as time passed, Sun Yu was still unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian. This caused his expression to become increasingly unsightly. You're really slow. You're a disgrace to a one basic celestial lord who has comprehended the law of wind. Duan Lingtian glanced at Sun Yu and said, if that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian teleported behind Sun Yu under everyone's watchful eyes. When Sun Yu's celestial origin energy that was infused with the wind elemental energy and contained the profundities of the law erupted from his body, Duan Lingtian thrust his palm forward, causing golden flames to fill the sky. Within the golden flames, there were 3 gray blades that had suddenly emerged from the spatial rift. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. The 3-dimensional slashes instantly pierced through Sun Yu's energy barrier and entered his body, killing him instantly. A one basic celestial lord had died just like that. You've only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. How dare you cause trouble with such little strength? After killing Sun Yu, Duan Lingtian left after leaving these words behind. The crowd only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian had left. Elder Sun Yu was killed by him? Heavens! A 10 Directions celestial king like him actually killed Elder Sun Yu, a one basic celestial lord? Elder Sun Yu didn't even have time to use his defensive celestial weapon at the critical moment. His speed is a little too fast, right? The law of space he's comprehended is terrifying. Based on his earlier attack, I can see he has comprehended at least 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Apart from that, the golden flames in his attack are also terrifying. I wonder what technique he used. Although Elder Sun Yu didn't use his offensive celestial weapon, he didn't use his offensive celestial weapon as well. After all, Elder Sun Yu is no match for him. I wonder where he became a 10 Directions celestial king from. I've never heard of such a powerful 10 Directions celestial king in the vicinity. While everyone was still in shock and in the midst of their discussions, Duan Lingtian went elsewhere to search for immortal herbs and immortal fruits. Although the immortal herb was not very useful to him now. However, these immortal herbs were all extremely valuable items outside. Moreover, they were priceless. Thus, he decided to keep them for now as a precaution. Who knew if he would be able to help the primal chaos divine flame reach a higher form in the future? At that time, he would be able to pick up the path of alchemy again. The Red River immortal fruit has appeared over there. Go! Let's go and take a look. I heard that the Palm Fire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect have 2 celestial lords there. They're currently confronting each other. After all, there's only one Red River celestial fruit. Since the immortal emperors of the Palm Fire Zen sect and the Ganges Profound sect are here, it's obviously impossible for us to participate. 10 figures flitted past Duan Lingtian, and their words successfully attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Red River celestial fruit? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard about the Red River celestial fruit. It was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial lord. Moreover, it was one of the most effective celestial fruits. With her current cultivation base, she'll definitely be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial lord in a short time if she obtains the Red River celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian caught up to the group of people in just a blink of an eye. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw 50 to 60 people surrounding two old men in a ravine with clear hills and clear waters. The two old men were standing opposite each other, staring daggers at each other. Beside them, on one side of the cliff of the canyon, there was a withered tree. On the tree, there was a crimson celestial fruit. The celestial fruit was surrounded by wisps of red mist. As the red mist moved, it looked like a flowing river. This was how the Red River celestial fruit got its name. Old Man Wang, I found this celestial fruit first. If you continue to fight, we'll miss out on more celestial fruits. One of the green-clad old men said to the blue-clad old man in a deep voice. Since you've said so, give me the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile. It seems like you insist on fighting me? The green-clad old man asked coldly. That's good as well. Let's see if you've improved recently. If you're able to defeat me, I'll let you have the celestial fruit. The blue-clad old man said with a smile. Humph. The green-clad old man could no longer hold himself back. He made his move at lightning speed and charged toward the blue-clad old man. At the same time, the blue-clad old man made his move as well. One of them had comprehended the law of water while the other had comprehended the law of fire. As soon as they began to fight, the idiom, fire and water are incompatible, was brought to life. The onlookers shifted their attention to the two old men who were fighting. I wonder if Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect or Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect is stronger. Rumor has it that they're old rivals. In the past, their fights usually ended in a draw. Old rivals? No wonder they're fighting as soon as they meet. The onlookers discussed among themselves. However, no one dared to pick the Red River celestial fruit since they did not want to die. In their opinion, picking the Red River celestial fruit under the watchful eyes of two celestial lords was tantamount to suicide. Sush! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he saw the two old men fighting. With just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the Red River celestial fruit. With a wave of his hand, he collected the Red River celestial fruit. When he put away the Red River immortal fruit, not only did the people who were watching the fight between the two old men focus their attention on him, but even the two old men stopped in their tracks and looked at him. Brat, you're seeking death. How dare you steal my celestial fruit? You're courting death. The two old men made their moves almost at the same time. The two energies of water and fire seemed to have transformed into a water dragon and a fire dragon as they charged towards Duan Ling Tian in a menacing manner. They only dared to make a move when they saw Duan Ling Tian keeping the Red River celestial fruit in his spatial ring. Otherwise, they would not have dared to make a move since they were worried they would destroy the Red River celestial fruit. Boom, boom, boom. However, as soon as the two streams of water and fire energy collided with Duan Ling Tian vanished into thin air. The two streams of water and fire energy missed their targets, creating a huge crater on one side of the cliff. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. His teleportation profundity isn't even at the rudimentary stage. He has only comprehended the initial stage teleportation profundity. Where did that purple-clad young man come from? I haven't heard of any 10 Directions celestial kings who are skilled in the law of space who have comprehended the initial stage teleportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian vanished from everyone's sight with just one teleportation profundity. With the second teleportation profundity, he successfully evaded the two old men's divine consciousness. A 2-forms celestial lord and a 3-talents celestial lord. I'm sure they didn't expect someone as bold as me to steal the Red River celestial fruit right under their noses, right? After using the teleportation profundity thrice, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped fleeing. He knew the two old men's divine consciousness could no longer lock onto him. Meanwhile, the two old men who had lost their Red River celestial fruits to Duan Ling Tian were furious. Old Man Wang, if you didn't try to snatch the Red River celestial fruit from me, he wouldn't have gotten it first. It's your fault for not letting me have the Red River celestial fruit. While the two old men were arguing, they began to fight again. The onlookers were speechless. However, the group of people quickly dispersed. Now, the Red River celestial fruits were also gone. Though the battle between the two celestial emperors was worth watching, Compared to plucking the various celestial herbs and celestial fruits in this precious medicinal mountain, they were more inclined towards the latter. The third-grade medicinal herb paradise was huge. Although many people had entered the medicinal herb paradise and some time had passed, there were still many places that no one had entered. Due to the presence of illusory formations in some places, many people were unaware of them. There were no offensive formations in the medicinal herb paradise, formation spirits, celestial beasts, or guards to protect the celestial herbs and celestial fruits. The illusory formations were there to protect those who entered the medicinal herb paradise. Chapter 32:20. Where are you? Duan Ling Tian had been in the medicinal herb paradise for quite some time now, and he had been to many places along the way. At this moment, he sent a message asking for Huan Er's location. Huan Er quickly replied, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm at a place with 2 hills. There's a small stream near one of the hills. All the celestial herbs here have been taken away. Have you been here before?" Huan Er told Duan Ling Tian her current location. "I think I have an impression of this place. I'll go and have a look." Duan Ling Tian teleported to a place that was similar to the place Huan Er had told him about. Brother Ling Tian was indeed here, and the 2 of them successfully reunited. "Huan, I've obtained a Red River celestial fruit. I'll give it to you once we're out of here. With your current cultivation base, you'll be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial lord in no time." Duan Ling Tian said with a smile on his face. It was as though he was happier to obtain a celestial fruit that Huan could use. "Brother Ling Tian, I've also obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits that celestial kings can use to improve their cultivation bases." Huan Er smiled. "More than a dozen?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He had only obtained a few celestial fruits in total, but Huan Er had obtained more than a dozen celestial fruits in such a short time. "Where did you obtain so many celestial fruits?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "I snatched a few from others. As for the other celestial fruits, I found them in places that were shrouded by illusory formations. Those people didn't notice them at all." Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Illusory formations?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Illusory formations were nothing to Huan. "Brother Ling Tian, most of the celestial fruits in places without illusory formations have been taken by others. Why don't we look for places that are shrouded by illusory formations?" Huan Er said to Duan Ling Tian. "All right." Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er began to wander around the 3rd-grade medicinal herb paradise. They discovered a few places that were shrouded in illusory formations. One of them had already been looted. According to Huan Er, these illusory formations were more advanced than the others. However, no matter how powerful the illusory formation was, it was as though it did not exist in her eyes. With Huan Er leading the way, Duan Ling Tian swept through all the immortal herbs and immortal fruits along the way. "I really didn't expect that the places I've been to would be so different." Duan Ling Tian had passed by 2 places covered by the illusion array before, but at that time, Duan Ling Tian did not find any clues. It was only when Huan Er brought him into the illusory formation that he realized there was another world in this place. There are still 3 hours before the 3rd-grade herb mountain closes. As soon as Duan Ling Tian collected a celestial fruit, a loud and majestic voice rang in his ears. He felt an urge to kneel and worship the voice. This voice? Could it be the voice of the Jade Emperor, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? The Jade Emperor from the ancient legends on Earth? Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly. The Jade Emperor was a mythical figure that he had heard about since he was young in his previous life. When Duan Ling Tian realized this voice might be related to the Jade Emperor, he could not help but feel excited. After all, he was born and raised on Earth in his previous life. His memories in this life were from his previous life as well. "Brother Ling Tian, there are only 3 hours left. Let's continue to wander around and see if there are any places that are shrouded in illusory formations." Huan Er said to Duan Ling Tian. "All right." Duan Ling Tian and Huan continued to wander around the herb mountain. An hour later, they finally found another place shrouded in illusory formations. After looting the celestial herbs and celestial fruits, they left. So far, I've collected more than 20 celestial fruits. Including the celestial fruits I have almost 50 celestial fruits. After leaving the area shrouded in illusory formations, Duan Lingtian made some calculations in his heart. I wonder if I'll be able to collect more than 50 celestial fruits in the next 2 hours? Fortunately, no one knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, they would have attacked him. For the others, it was already considered good if they could obtain a few celestial fruits. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was counting on obtaining more than 50 celestial fruits. "Brat, it's you!" A thunderous voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears as soon as he stepped out of the illusory formations. When he turned around, he saw Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He was the one who had fought with the Ganges Profound sect's celestial lord for the Red River celestial fruit. However, Duan Lingtian had beaten him to it. Elder Wang was a 3-talents celestial king. Although he could not defeat the Ganges Profound sect's 2-forms celestial king, that was only because water countered fire. After all, he had comprehended the law of fire while his opponent had comprehended the law of water. At this moment, there was another old man standing next to Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. "Elder Wang, do you know him?" the old man asked. "Elder Lu, he's the brat I mentioned to you earlier. When I was fighting with Old Man Qin from the Ganges Profound sect for the Red River celestial fruit, he used his teleportation profundity, which was at the initial stage of the law of space, to snatch our Red River celestial fruit." Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect said in a deep voice. Based on how he addressed the old man, it was clear the old man was also an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. "It's him." Elder Lu's eyes lit up when he heard Elder Wang's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was a hunter who had spotted his prey. "Elder Wang, is it? Did the two of you gain anything during this time?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Even if Huan was not with him, he would not be afraid of Elder Wang. The Palm Fire Zen sect was only a 5th-grade sect. They did not have any titled celestial lords. Naturally, the elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect who entered the medicinal herb paradise were not the strongest in the sect. Even if Duan Lingtian was only a 10 Directions celestial king, he was not afraid of them. In fact, he was confident he could kill one of them in a breath and 2 in 2 breaths if he took out the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now that the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had a sword soul, the power it could unleash was above all Emperor-grade celestial weapons, even though it was still limited by his cultivation base. Even an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an acquired weapon soul would not be as powerful as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Moreover, Huang could help him in the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Although Huang had not regained her comprehension of the law of destruction due to Duan Lingtian's low cultivation base, she could not unleash the full power of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. However, Huang's strength was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's at all. Duan Lingtian had sparred with Huang 10 years ago. The battle ended in a draw. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. "What? Don't tell me you're thinking of taking advantage of us?" Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect laughed. "You're just a 10 Directions celestial king. Don't you think you're being too greedy? Brat, you better hand over the Red River celestial fruit. Otherwise, even if you can avoid me, the Palm Fire Zen sect won't let you off the hook." Elder Wang said threateningly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Avoid me?" Duan Lingtian smiled. "When did I say I'm going to avoid you? If you're not going to avoid us, are you going to fight us?" Elder Wang said with a disdainful smile. "Well, we'll take one each." Just ask them to hand over the Red River celestial fruit," Duan Lingtian said to Huan. Under the scornful gazes of the 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect, Duan Lingtian and Huan made their moves. As soon as they made their moves, they swiftly suppressed the 2 elders from the sect. Even after the elders took out their royal-grade celestial weapons, they were still overwhelmed by Duan Lingtian and Huan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian and Huan did not take out their royal-grade celestial weapons. If you don't want to die, hand over your loot. This person next to me can hypnotize you with an illusory technique, so don't take any chances. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. The two elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect had a look of despair on their faces. After witnessing Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength, even without Duan Lingtian's warning, they did not dare to take any chances. After all, with Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength, they would have died a long time ago if they wanted to kill them. These are the celestial fruits I obtained after entering this place. I only obtained these celestial fruits. The two elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect were reluctant to part with the treasures they had obtained from this trip to the Mountain of Herbs. At this moment, they could only feel relieved that Duan Lingtian did not take their celestial herbs. However, Duan Lingtian's next words made them despair. And the celestial herbs you obtained this time, Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to leave after collecting the celestial herbs from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Elders, it's him. He's the one who killed Elder Sun Yu. A loud voice rang from afar, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian, Huan, and the two elders from the Palm Fire Celestial sect. There were 4 people in total, 1 middle-aged man and 3 old men. Duan Lingtian was familiar with one of the old men. It was Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect who had competed with Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect for the Red River celestial fruits. It's you! At the same time, Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect also recognized Duan Lingtian and the 2 people from the Palm Fire Zen sect. Wang Ludo. The Ganges Profound sect will take the Red River celestial fruits from this brat. Elder Qin looked vigilantly at the 2 elders of the Palm Fire Zen sect and said in a deep voice. He was very confident. After all, he had the advantage in numbers. You, Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect wanted to say something but was stopped by Elder Wang through voice transmission. Don't remind him. We can't be the only ones at a disadvantage, right? Chapter 32:21. As soon as Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect finished speaking, he stood aside and watched the show, as if he would not interfere. Elder Lu from the Palm Fire Zen sect also stood at the side with Elder Wang after the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Brat, did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect? Elder Qin from the Ganges Profound sect asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. Why did you kill Elder Sun Yu from the Ganges Profound sect? At this moment, the other 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect were also looking at Duan Lingtian with a cold expression on their faces. He attacked me after I obtained the celestial fruit. Should I wait for him to kill me instead? Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he glanced at the 3 people from the Ganges Profound sect. Brat, how dare you kill an elder from the Ganges Profound sect? You'll die here today. The middle-aged man from the Ganges mysterious sect coldly spoke. An icy murderous intent promptly surfaced in his eyes. The other 3 old men from the Ganges Profound sect, including Elder Qin, looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as though they were waiting to devour him. What? All of you want to kill me? A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he looked at the 4 people from the Tao Scholar Profound sect meaningfully. All of you better think twice. Brat, you'll definitely die today for killing an elder from the Ganges Profound sect. The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Seeing that the situation was on the verge of breaking out, Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Elder Wang. Elder Wang, should we remind them? Based on the situation, I'm afraid these 2 young men won't show mercy to the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect like they did to us. Elder Lu, you're an elder from the Palm Fire Zen sect. What does the life and death of the people from the Ganges Profound sect have to do with you? Elder Wang replied non-committally through voice transmission. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect attacked Duan Lingtian at the same time. This was because they had learned from Elder Qin that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the profundity of teleportation to the initial stage of the law of space. In order to prevent Duan Lingtian from escaping, They wanted to kill Duan Lingtian before he could teleport away. Seeing this, Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect gloated. The result was just as he expected. The 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect were completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. However, what surprised him was that the purple-clothed young man had not made a move from the beginning to the end. The one who had made a move was the breathtakingly beautiful white-clothed woman beside him. Moreover, it only took her less than a breath to kill the 4 celestial lords from the Ganges Profound sect. Is that a soul attack? Elder Wang of the Palm Fire Zen sect had a grim expression on his face when he recalled how the 4 celestial lords froze in place before the white-clothed young woman killed them. Even Elder Lu of the Palm Fire Zen sect, who was standing next to him, had a fearful expression on his face as he thought to himself, "Fortunately, she didn't use that technique on me earlier. Otherwise, I would have died." Earlier, when Duan Lingtian fought with Huan, he was the one who fought with Huan. At this moment, he realized Huan had been concealing her true strength when she fought with him earlier. After collecting the spatial rings and celestial weapons from the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect, Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Wang meaningfully and said, "Are you using us as cannon fodder?" Earlier, Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect did not tell the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect about their strength. It was clear he did not want to warn the 4 people from the Ganges Profound sect about their strength. "I didn't mean that. I just think we've suffered a loss, and it's only right for them to suffer a loss and hand over the celestial herbs and celestial fruits to you." Elder Wang's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He hurriedly explained, "After all, if they didn't make a move with your character, you wouldn't have taken their celestial fruits and celestial herbs from them. So you're saying you're doing this for my sake?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. "Of course." Elder Wang had a righteous look on his face, as if he was very serious. Even Elder Lu couldn't bear to continue watching. Let's go." Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan, before he left. He no longer bothered to tease Elder Wang from the Palm Fire Zen sect. He did not have much time left. He had to cherish the remaining time and see if he could find another place that was shrouded by an illusory formation. The 2 elders from the Palm Fire Zen sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan had left. A 10 directions celestial king and a 1 basic celestial lord are so powerful. I feel like I've lived my life in vain. Elder Wang smiled bitterly. "You're not the only one. It's truly a blow to our confidence." Elder Lu smiled bitterly as well. Duan Lingtian and Huan had gained a lot from their trip to the medicinal herb paradise. This made Duan Lingtian even more confident that he would be able to break through and become a celestial lord in the next 30 years. In the next 30 years, they returned to the Snow Horizon Celestial sect. However, they did not return to the Glacier Valley. This was because, compared to the large pile of immortal fruits he had obtained, the little bit of cultivation assistance in the Glacier Valley was negligible. Moreover, Huan preferred to stay in the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect's estate instead of the Glacier Valley. Spring went and autumn came, and time passed quietly. 20 years later, Huan had successfully broken through and become a 3 talents celestial lord. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had yet to become a 1 basic celestial lord. Even his comprehension of the law of space had not improved. Of the 9 profundities of the law of space, apart from the basic profundity, space elemental profundity, I have comprehended the other 8 profundities to the initial stage. However, I feel like there's a limit to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage. Most of the time, I feel like I'm close to comprehending the profundities to the mastery stage, but I just can't. Duan Lingtian was already vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian was even more vexed by the lack of a breakthrough in his comprehension of the law of space. After learning about Duan Lingtian's troubles, the chaos divine flame in his body said, "It's impossible for those below the celestial lord realm to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage. If you want to comprehend the profundities to the mastery stage, you'll have to become a celestial lord at the very least." Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian felt even more vexed. There are only 10 years left before the Genius Secret Realm opens. I can only hope that I'll be able to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was close to that of a one basic celestial lord. However, he had yet to make a breakthrough. His current situation was similar to Huan Er's when he left the spirit overarching heaven. Fortunately, Huan Er's situation had been resolved with time. Do I have to wait until the time is right before I can make a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. In the end, Duan Lingtian decided to leave the spirit overarching heaven and search for opportunities to make a breakthrough in these 10 years. For a time, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er left the Snow Horizon Celestial sect and traveled around the world. However, as the years passed, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base remained stagnant. Next year, the Genius Secret Realm in the Nando territory that only opens once every 1,000 years will open. I still have 1 year left. Duan Lingtian felt a great deal of pressure. Whether he was fated to enter the Genius Secret Realm or not would depend on whether he could make a breakthrough and become a celestial lord in the next year. The opening of the Genius Secret Realm was a grand occasion in the Nando territory. All the young prodigies in the Nando territory would participate in the Genius Secret Realm. Now that there was only a year left before the Genius Secret Realm opened, the Nando territory was already bustling with activity. It has been a long time since a grassroots prodigy from a Grade 1 force appeared in the Genius Secret Realm. In the past 10,000 years, it has always been the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Although there are some outstanding young prodigies, none of them are as good as the grassroots prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Well, it's normal. Which young prodigy from the Grade 1 forces didn't grow up with a silver spoon in their mouths? It's only natural that they're stronger than ordinary grassroots prodigies. Actually, every time the Genius Secret Realm opens, there will always be grassroots geniuses being roped in by first-class forces. This is already considered pretty good. The Genius Secret Realm is not only a stage for the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces to search for treasures, but it's also an opportunity for many grassroots prodigies to prove themselves. Outstanding grassroots prodigies will be invited by the Grade 1 forces. However, in the past 10,000 years, only 2 grassroots prodigies have been invited by the Ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. As for the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, it has been 10,000 years since they last invited a grassroots prodigy to join them. The Ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Rumor had it that there were no titled celestial emperors in the Nando territory due to their existence. Some people even suspected that there were titled celestial emperors in the 3 Grade 1 forces. However, due to the fact that they kept each other in check, none of them could rule the Nando territory. For this reason, the Nando territory had no titled celestial emperors. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 could enter the Genius Secret Realm. Those who could become celestial lords before the age of 1,000 were considered prodigies. Apart from the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators were known as grassroots prodigies. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces entered the Genius Secret Realm to search for treasures and fortuitous encounters. On the other hand, the prodigies from other forces and sectless cultivators entered the Genius Secret Realm to search for treasures and enter the Grade 1 forces. Naturally, most of them wanted to join the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, and the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Every time the Genius Secret Realm opened, the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces would recruit disciples. However, most of the disciples chose to join the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces. Chapter 32-22. Every time the Genius Secret Realm opened, the Grade 1 forces would usually recruit people inside. However, those who could make a Grade 1 force take the initiative to send out invitations were all outstanding grassroots prodigies. A grassroots prodigy who was invited to a Grade 1 force would receive a completely different treatment compared to a grassroots prodigy who took the initiative to join a Grade 1 force. In the past 10,000 years, There were only two grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, two of the three strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. On the other hand, the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect had not invited anyone in the past 10,000 years. I wonder if the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect will take the initiative to invite a grassroots prodigy to enter the genius secret realm? I don't think so. The Thousand Tribulation Sword sect has higher standards than the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan. They won't casually invite grassroots prodigies. I think so too. It's already not bad if the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan invite a grassroots prodigy to join the genius secret realm. Days passed as the people in the Nando territory discussed among themselves. The genius secret realm was about to open. The genius secret realm was open to everyone in the Nando weave. There were entrances to the genius secret realm. As long as they were celestial lords and younger than 1,000 years old, they would be able to enter the genius secret realm. Meanwhile, there were many 10 Directions celestial kings who were younger than 1,000 years old in the Nando territory. They were only a step away from becoming a celestial lord. They were frantically searching for a breakthrough. As long as they became celestial lords, they would be able to enter the genius secret realm. In the Snow Horizon celestial sect, Duan Lingtan sighed as he sat in the valley. There's still a month left. It seems like I won't be able to enter the genius secret realm. Currently, there was only a month left before the genius secret realm would open. After the genius secret realm opened, the entrance would only be open for 3 days. After that, it would be impossible to enter again. Currently, Duan Lingtian was still a 10 Directions celestial king. I wonder if the consumable royal grade celestial weapon that allows me to possess the celestial origin energy and soul energy of a 1 basic celestial lord will be able to fool the entrance of the genius secret realm. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian went to look for the sect leader of the Snow Horizon celestial sect, Chai Xiongyi, to ask about this matter. After staying in the Snow Horizon Immortal sect for so many years, Duan Lingtian knew that Chai Xiongyi was the most knowledgeable person in the Snow Horizon Immortal sect. In fact, it was hard to find someone more knowledgeable than Chai Xiongyi in the northern icy plains. Lord Revered Elder, theoretically, with the consumable royal grade celestial weapon and the celestial origin energy of a 1 basic celestial lord, you should be able to deceive the formation in the genius secret realm. Chai Xiongyi said, but have you ever thought about it? Could it be that you're not going to make a move after entering the genius secret realm? Once you make a move, your cultivation base will fall back to the level of a 10 Directions celestial king. At that time, you will still be sent out. In the history of the Nando territory, someone has used this method before. However, in the end, he was forcefully sent out of the genius secret realm. Upon hearing Chai Xiongyi's words, Duan Lingtian fell silent. Lord Revered Elder, since you have the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, why don't you just use it? You can use it to sense your cultivation base as a 1 basic celestial lord. Perhaps, you'll find a miracle and become a celestial lord. Chai Xiongyi gave Duan Lingtian a suggestion. With your current cultivation base, there's no point in keeping the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Upon hearing Chai Xiongyi's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. That was right. Why had he not thought of this before? Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian took out the consumable royal grade celestial weapon he had obtained in the past and used his last chance to refine it. The consumable royal grade celestial weapon disappeared after Duan Lingtian used up his last chance. Duan Lingtian's body was filled with the celestial origin energy of a 1 basic celestial lord. Even his soul had been elevated to the level of a 1 basic celestial lord. So, this is the level of a 1 basic celestial lord. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he bade farewell to Chai Xiongyi and left. In the following month, Duan Lingtian did not dare to recklessly use his celestial origin energy and soul energy for fear that his cultivation base would fall back to the level of a 10 Directions celestial king. On the second day of the genius secret realm, Duan Lingtian, who had given up all hope, finally found a miracle and successfully broke through to the level of a celestial lord with the consumable royal grade celestial weapon. Congratulations, revered Elder Ling Tian. Hao Wang, the supreme elder of the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect, hurried over to congratulate Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Hao Wang before he went to wake Huan, who was still comprehending the law of space. I've broken through. Let's go. Let's go to the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm. There was only a little more than a day left before the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm closed. Even with their speed, it would take them almost a day to reach the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm. Although they were not in a hurry, Duan Lingtian's emotions were still fluctuating. Sush, sush. Hao Wang's eyes widened in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan disappearing into the horizon. The Genius Secret Realm? Revered Elder Ling Tian and Revered Elder Huan are less than 1,000 years old? Hao Wang's heart skipped a beat when he recalled the strength Duan Ling Tian and Huan had displayed before they broke through to the Celestial Lord Realm. They'll definitely be able to compete with the young geniuses from Grade 1 forces in the Genius Secret Realm. In fact, I'm afraid not many young geniuses from Grade 1 forces are a match for them. Hao Wang was confident in Duan Lingtian and Huan's strength after witnessing Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's strength. Almost a day later, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the entrance of the Genius Secret Realm that was closest to the Snow Horizon Celestial Sect. The entrance of the Genius Secret Realm was located halfway up a cliff. There were many people hovering in the air outside the entrance. It was clear they were here to accompany someone. However, there were only a few people who had entered the Genius Secret Realm. Let's go in. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan held hands as they entered the Genius Secret Realm. After the two of them left, another round of exclamations rang out from the crowd. They were all amazed by Huan's flawless face. So, this is the Genius Secret Realm? Duan Lingtian's vision blurred for a moment before he found himself in the air above a group of magnificent buildings with Huan by his side. He could vaguely see some figures loitering around the magnificent buildings. It was clear they were people who had entered the Genius Secret Realm. Let's go over there and have a look. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a mountain in the distance that pierced through the clouds. At this moment, many figures were making their way over. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan caught up to the group of people. At this moment, many people had also noticed Duan Lingtian and Huan. They were shocked by Huan's stunning appearance and were attracted to her. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian holding Huan's hand, their expressions darkened. Of course, almost everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. There are very few female celestials who can enter the Genius Secret Realm. I didn't expect one of them to be such a beauty. Unfortunately, she's already taken. A middle-aged man sighed emotionally. Although she's already taken, as long as you're strong enough, it's not impossible for you to snatch her away. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, another young man who looked frivolous laughed. All talk and no action. Why don't you give it a try? A young man not far away glanced at the frivolous young man and ridiculed him. However, in the end, no one dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. After all, everyone in the Genius Secret Realm possessed extraordinary innate talent. Apart from young prodigies from Grade 1 forces, no one dared to offend anyone in the Genius Secret Realm. After all, no one could be certain if they had offended someone more outstanding than them. It's been less than 3 days since the Genius Secret Realm opened. I wonder if there are any prodigies from Grade 1 forces at the foot of the Peak of Gravity. If there are, I'm afraid he won't be able to rank higher. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. Peak of Gravity? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the mountain peak that towered into the clouds and attracted everyone. As more and more people spoke, he finally learned what the Peak of Gravity was. The Peak of Gravity was a mountain where the higher one climbed, the stronger the gravitational force. There were 99 peaks of gravity in the Genius Secret Realm. One could challenge any one of the 99 peaks of gravity. Once one reached a certain height, one would be rewarded. If one could break the record, one would have a chance to obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if one did not obtain an emperor-grade celestial weapon, the value of the peak of gravity was similar to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, it was not easy to break the record. It seems like the peak of gravity hasn't been broken for 20,000 years. The last person who broke the record was Yu Jiancheng, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, right? That's right. When sect leader Yu was a 6-combo celestial lord, he broke the record by climbing 37,870 meters to the foot of the peak of gravity and obtained an emperor-grade celestial sword for it. The best result in the past 10,000 years is only 30,000 meters. It's still a long way from sect leader Yu's record. Sect leader Yu of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is not an ordinary person. Rumor has it that he's the youngest among the pillars of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, but his strength is not inferior to the older generation. Chapter 32-23. Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, is a 6-combo celestial lord even though he's not even 1,000 years old? It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to deduce that the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, one of the 3 strongest Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, was such an outstanding prodigy. Since he's able to leave behind such an unsurpassable record, it means he has comprehended an extraordinary law as well. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the peak of gravity. It was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. When they arrived, there were already more than a dozen people gathered at the foot of the mountain. It seems like many people have entered the genius secret realm. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that there were 99 peaks of gravity in the genius secret realm. There were more than 30 people gathered at one of the peaks of gravity. Moreover, many people were making their way to the peak of gravity as well. It's not surprising. Although it's rare to see a celestial lord younger than 1,000 years old, the Nando territory is so huge that there should be a lot of them. Apart from that, not everyone who enters the genius secret realm is from the Nando territory. There are many outsiders as well. The Nando territory was a territory without a titled celestial emperor. It was ruled by the various Grade 1 forces. Due to this reason, the top forces in the Nando territory were at loggerheads. Some Grade 1 forces would even fight to the death if they encountered each other outside. Such an environment was the dream of many people who attained their Tao through battle. I wonder if Ling Jueyun will enter the genius secret realm as well? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but think about Ling Jueyun, who had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit with him in the equal heaven territory. Ling Jueyun was from the divine offering land. It could be said that he had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Now that he had become a celestial lord, he was certain Ling Jueyun would do the same. It's Yi Chen from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. He reached the peak of gravity. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian and Huan, turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Huan, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a figure flying up the peak of gravity. The peak of gravity looked like an ordinary mountain from afar. However, upon closer inspection, it was actually a mountain with layers of stairs. The distance between the steps of the peak of gravity was very high, at least 10 meters. One had to cross 10 meters to reach the next step. At that moment, a black figure was rapidly climbing up the steps. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed up the 1,000th step. And that was also 10,000 meters high. However, the clouds in the genius secret realm were 30,000 meters high. One had to climb 3,000 steps to reach the clouds. It was unknown if it was intentional or not. Now, the black shadow had covered 1/3 of the distance between the ground and the clouds. He's Yi Chen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect who's already a 4-phenomenon celestial lord before the age of 1,000? That's him. I've seen him before. Yi Chen is ranked in the top 3 among the prodigies under the age of 1,000 in the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. I wonder how he'll perform this time. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. The genius secret realm only opens once every 1,000 years. Only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. In other words, everyone can only enter once in their lifetime. Not only are we here for the first time, but it's also the first time for the geniuses from the Grade 1 forces. Yi Yuchen can only be considered above average among the prodigies from Grade 1 forces who are younger than 1,000 years old. Upon hearing the discussions in the surroundings, Duan Lingtian learned that the person who was climbing the peak of gravity was Yi Yuchen. Naturally, he had never heard of such a person before. All these years, he had been in the Snow Horizon Celestial sect and had not heard of any prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Let's go as well. When Duan Lingtian saw the others had no intention of climbing the peak of gravity, he brought Huan along with him as they flew toward the peak of gravity. However, as soon as they reached the peak of gravity, they were separated by a gentle force. Clearly, the peak of gravity didn't allow anyone to team up with others. One could only rely on themselves to ascend as high as possible. They're climbing the peak of gravity. I don't know why, but I feel a lot better when I see them separated even though I don't know them. He has such a beautiful woman by his side. Any man would be jealous of him. I'm almost dancing for joy right now. The people below the peak of gravity shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan when they saw the duo ascending the peak of gravity. Many of them began to ridicule the duo. Let's go and have a look as well. Let's go. There's no point in waiting here. Why don't we challenge the peak of gravity? As long as we can climb 20,000 meters, we'll be able to leave our names on the peak of gravity. Is that so? Then I'll leave my name on the peak of gravity. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures caught up with Duan Lingtian and Huan. As expected, the further one climbs the peak of gravity, the stronger the gravity is. Duan Lingtian and Huan climbed the 1,000th step at the same time. They were now 10,000 meters away from the peak of gravity. At this point, they did not feel any pressure at all. Their speed was comparable to Yi Yuchen from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and they weren't any slower than Yi Yuchen. His speed is actually faster than Yi Yuchen's. I don't know. However, based on their auras, they don't seem to be from ordinary forces. Perhaps they're from a Grade 1 force? I don't think so. If they are, it's impossible for so many of us to not recognize them. Perhaps they're the direct disciples of a high-ranking official from a Grade 1 force. They don't usually show themselves so they can make a name for themselves in the genius secret realm. Maybe they're grassroots prodigies. Duan Lingtian and Huan outstanding performance shocked the people at the foot of the peak of gravity and those who followed them up the mountain. He slowed down when he reached the 1,600th step. It seems like he's already under pressure from there. When they reached the 1,100th step, Duan Lingtian saw Yi Yuchen, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was clearly slowing down. However, Yi Yuchen had not even reached the 1,700th step. In other words, he was already under pressure before he reached the 17,000th step. Otherwise, he would not have slowed down. Duan Lingtian and Huan did not slow down at all as they continued to climb. When Yi Yuchen reached the 1,800th step, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally caught up to him. Yi Yuchen was a black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face. An expression of surprise appeared on his face when he saw two people chasing after him. He was even more shocked when he realized he had never seen these two people before. Grassroots prodigies? As a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, a Grade 1 force, Yi Yuchen was certain these two people were not among the young prodigies under the age of 1,000. Young prodigies from Grade 1 forces would often have gatherings, and Yi Yuchen had attended them. Therefore, he knew almost all of the young prodigies from Grade 1 forces. For this reason, Yi Yuchen was certain these two people were not ordinary prodigies. He was certain these two people were not from Grade 1 forces. When Yi Yuchen saw Duan Lingtian and Huan's faces, the duo continued to climb. In just a blink of an eye, they had already reached the 1,900th step. The law of space? At this moment, Yi Yuchen could tell Duan Lingtian and Huan had comprehended the law of space based on their gray celestial origin energy. They've surpassed Yu Chen. They haven't slowed down at all. It seems like they'll definitely reach the 20,000-meter mark. Look, some names have already appeared on the peak of gravity. Yu Pingji is a prodigy from the ancient Phoenix clan. Bailey Xing is a prodigy from the Bailey clan. Ouyang Chen is a prodigy from the profound Sky Dao sect. And that one. At this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. They were shocked by Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's strength. They were certain the duo would be able to reach the 2,000 step. However, at this moment, a few names appeared on the peak of gravity. After these names appeared, there was also the number of steps they were currently on, and the number of steps was constantly changing. For example, Bailey Sheng was currently ranked second on the 2,113 steps. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had surpassed the person who was ranked first. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er finally arrived at the 2,000 step. Everyone's attention was focused on the name and the number of steps on the peak of gravity. As soon as Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the 2,000 step, he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. It was completely different from the pressure he had felt before. Big brother Ling Tian, the pressure here seems to have increased. Huan Er sent him a voice transmission. I can feel it. Duan Ling Tian replied. Please leave your name. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er were about to reach the 2,000 step when a voice rang in their ears. Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er felt a new pressure bearing down on them. In the next moment, the silhouette of a brush appeared in front of them. However, when Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er extended their hands, they grabbed the brush and wrote their names in the air. After they finished writing their names were at the end of the list of names that appeared on the peak of gravity. Huan Er, 2,000 step. Duan Ling Tian, 2,000 step. Chapter 32-24. Huan Er, Duan Ling Tian? Have you heard of him? I don't think they're prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Earlier, the names that appeared on the peak of gravity were all prodigies from Grade 1 forces. However, the names of grassroots prodigies have already appeared on the peak of gravity? In the Genius Secret Realm, a commotion could be heard at the foot of the 99 peaks of gravity. In the Nando territory, the Grade 1 forces had the most outstanding prodigies. The Grade 1 forces were rich in resources, and their prodigies were heavily nurtured since they were young. It was only natural that their prodigies would have great achievements. Now that two grassroots prodigies had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, the grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm were all excited. After all, the number of grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm was much higher than the number of prodigies from Grade 1 forces. However, the quality of the grassroots prodigies was far inferior compared to the Grade 1 forces. This made the grassroots prodigies feel very frustrated. Now that a grassroots prodigy had made it to the peak of gravity ranking, all the grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm who were paying attention to the peak of gravity ranking were extremely excited. Another grassroots prodigy has made it onto the peak of gravity rankings. At this moment, an unfamiliar name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity's ranking. Many people were watching as Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's rankings rapidly rose to the middle of the peak of gravity's rankings. Ho Zilong, 2,000 step. Ho Zilong? I've never heard of him. Another grassroots prodigy? I think so. It seems like there are quite a few outstanding grassroots prodigies this time. At the same time, a group of grassroots prodigies who had been paying attention to the peak of gravity and had not attempted to climb the peak of gravity were also inspired to climb the peak of gravity. At this moment, the number of names on the peak of gravity ranking had increased to 22. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er had already risen to the 4th and 5th place respectively. There were still 3 people in front of them who were slowly closing in on them. The pressure is getting stronger. When he reached the 2,600 step of the peak of gravity, Duan Ling Tian still felt a great pressure even though he had exerted all his strength. You don't have to wait for me. Try your best to climb up. Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission as he looked at the calm Huan. He could tell, did not feel too much pressure, so she could walk a little further with ease. All right. When Huan saw the anticipation in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she nodded and continued to climb. A moment later, she surpassed the 3rd place. Then he overtook the 2nd place. Then he overtook the 1st place. Not only was her cultivation base higher than Duan Lingtian, but her comprehension of the law of space had also caught up to Duan Lingtian. Long before he broke through to the immortal emperor realm, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended all the profundities of the law of space to the minor accomplishment realm. However, if he had not become a celestial lord, he would not have been able to comprehend the profundities of the law to the mastery realm. As for Duan Lingtian, he had only become a celestial lord before he entered the genius secret realm. Therefore, he did not have the time to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space. Because of this, she was able to further her comprehension of the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse godhead. She even managed to catch up to him. Although the pressure is great, with my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to climb to the 3,000th step. Duan Lingtian continued to climb. It did not take long for him to reach the 3rd place. After all, he was faster than the people he had overtaken. An uproar broke out at the foot of the peak of gravity again. Heavens! Huan is ranked 1st on the peak of gravity ranking. She's already on the 2,932th step. Is she going to challenge the 3,000 step? Based on her current strength, even if she doesn't reach the 3,000th step, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan will definitely extend an olive branch to her. Once she reaches the 3,000th step, even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect won't be able to sit still. Duan Lingtian isn't a pushover as well. He's already ranked 3rd. He's really an embarrassment to us grassroots prodigies. In the genius secret realm, the grassroots prodigies were in an uproar. On the other hand, the prodigies from Grade 1 forces were embarrassed. Many prodigies from Grade 1 forces who had yet to reach the peak of gravity began to climb as well. Moreover, they did not slow down at all. It seems like this is the limit. Although I can teleport up there, I'll definitely be injured by the weight. It's not worth it. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the 2,839th level of the peak of gravity, he did not continue climbing. Instead, he decided to stop here. I'll return after I've comprehended the law of space. The genius secret realm will be open for 10 years. I'll have plenty of chances in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian was no longer in a hurry. He had 10 years left. He was confident he would be able to comprehend the law of space to the mastery stage with the supreme powerhouse divinity. She's going to climb the 30,000 meters. After giving up, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the higher steps of the peak of gravity. He could see Huan was getting closer and closer to the 3,000th step. She's going up. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when Huan finally made it to the 3,000th step. Brother Lingtian, the pressure is too great. When Duan Lingtian heard her voice transmission, he could tell she was struggling to speak. Huan, let's give up for now. We'll try again next time. You've done well for now, Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Along the way, Duan Lingtian discovered the peak of gravity was not only a test of one's strength, but it was also a test of one's endurance. He and Huan's strength was considered outstanding among ordinary celestial lords. However, there were many celestial lords with high cultivation bases in the genius secret realm, including 5 elements celestial lords and 6 stars celestial lords. As for those celestial lords, not only were their profundities on par with Duan Lingtian and Huan, some of them were even stronger. When Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, set the record as a 6-combo celestial lord, he must have comprehended a profundity to the mastery stage. Most likely, he must have comprehended more than one profundity to the mastery stage. Before climbing the peak of gravity, Duan Lingtian did not have much of an idea about this. However, now that he knew about it, he finally had an idea. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan and Duan Lingtian left the peak of gravity and returned to the bottom of the mountain. When the male prodigies saw Huan holding Duan Lingtian's hand, They no longer felt jealous of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they felt only a man like Duan Lingtian was worthy of such an outstanding woman. Brother, you're amazing. Brother, you and this lady are really proud of us grassroots prodigies. Brother, lady, both of you must be grassroots prodigies, right? At the bottom of the peak of gravity, apart from Yi Yuqin from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, the other grassroots prodigies greeted Duan Lingtian and Huan O warmly. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm here to join a Grade 1 force. With your strength, any Grade 1 force would be willing to accept you. That's right. Upon learning that Duan Lingtian was a grassroots prodigy, the grassroots prodigies present on the scene grew even more excited. At this moment, Yi Yuqin, the prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan O with a smile on his face. Gentlemen, are you interested in joining the Thousand Hands Devil sect? If you're interested, I can recommend you. In Yi Yuqin's opinion, it would be a great merit if he could recruit these two grassroots prodigies into the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, he knew they might not be willing to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect. After all, among the Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Hands Devil sect was not as strong as the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. If he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would be more willing to join one of the three major forces. The Genius Secret Realm has been open for 10 years. Let's continue watching. Duan Lingtian smiled and politely declined Yu Chen's offer. Brother, this is my soul pearl. If you want to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect, you can look for me at any time. I'm Yi Yuqin, the third direct disciple of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yi Yuqin left a soul pearl behind for Duan Lingtian before he left. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be angry at all. That grassroots prodigy is quite strong as well. He's already at the 2,500th level. He barely made it into the top 10. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He glanced over and saw a name that had just squeezed into the top 10, Ho Zilong. Upon hearing the words of the people around him, he discovered Ho Zilong was also a grassroots prodigy like him. Ho Zilong is quite strong as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered another name was climbing up the stairs at lightning speed. It did not take long for it to overtake his name. Then, it continued to climb until it reached the 3,000 step before it finally slowed down. At this moment, this name pushed Huan out of the second place and took the first place. Feng Qiqi. It's the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1,000, Feng Qiqi. How terrifying! Feng Qiqi's peak of gravity ranking is terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, she has already climbed to the 3,300 step. However, her speed has slowed down. It seems like it'll be difficult for her to climb to the 3,500 step. At this time, Duan Lingtian learned that Feng Qiqi was the ancient Phoenix clan's #1 prodigy under the age of 1,000. Most importantly, Feng Qiqi was a female prodigy. Feng Qiqi was a woman. Feng Qiqi. I wonder how Tian Wu is doing in the ancient Phoenix clan? Chapter 3225. Feng Qiqi was ranked first on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, she had climbed over 3,400 steps. This attracted everyone's attention. Even those who were climbing the peak of gravity paused and stared at the peak of gravity ranking. Feng Qiqi, 3,432 steps. Feng Qiqi, 3,433 steps. Feng Qiqi continued to climb the peak of gravity ranking, but her speed had obviously slowed down. In the end, it took her a dozen breaths to reach the next step. In the end, Feng Qiqi stopped at the 3,462nd step. But even so, her results were still far ahead of everyone else. Currently, Huan who was ranked second, had only reached the 3,000 step. Amazing! As expected of the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. Her result is comparable to Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. That's right. That year, Yu Jiancheng's record was 37,870 meters. That is, he stopped at the 3,787th floor. Now, Feng Chi stopped at the 3,462nd floor. She's only 300 floors away from him. Grassroots prodigies like us can't compare to a prodigy from a grade 1 force. She's amazing. Did you notice? Now, both the first and second place on the peak of gravity ranking are women. Don't tell me men are inferior to two women? As Feng Chi stopped at the 3,462nd step of the peak of gravity and reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking, the people around the peak of gravity in Tianjiao's secret realm started to get excited. Feng Chi was a famous young prodigy in the Nando territory. After all, she was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. However, most people only knew that she was strong, but they had never fought her before. Therefore, they had no idea what she was capable of. Today, however, Feng Chi-Chi's result on the peak of gravity ranking gave them a better understanding of her strength. The group of grassroots prodigies who had reached the top because of Huan were more or less disappointed when they saw Feng Chi-Chi's strength surpassing all others. Naturally, most of them felt that Huan had done well. Another person is rapidly climbing the peak of gravity after reaching the 20,000th step. It's Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei is the #1 prodigy in the Bailey clan. It is said that his strength is not inferior to Feng Chi-Chi's. Let's see how high he can climb in the end. The name that was rapidly rising up the peak of gravity ranking was none other than the #1 prodigy of the Bailey clan, Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei soon reached the 3,000th step as well. Then he continued to climb. Soon his speed slowed down as well. In the end, he stopped at the 3,466th floor of peak of gravity, 4 floors higher than Feng Chi-Chi. He's actually 4 levels higher than Feng Chi-Chi. Could it be that his strength is stronger than Feng Chi-Chi? Many people thought so. Of course, many people didn't think so. Feng Chi-Chi got the 362nd floor first. Bailey Hongfei is 4 floors ahead of her. It doesn't mean that he's stronger than her. It's just that he's more motivated because Feng Chi-Chi is ahead of him. I think so too. If Bailey Hongfei went up first and Feng Chi-Chi went up later, it might be because Feng Chi-Chi's ranking is higher than his. Even Duan Lingtian felt the same way. There was only pressure when there was a comparison. After Feng Chi-Chi reached the 30,000th floor, it was inevitable that she would slack off since there was no one ahead of her. Bailey Hongfei, on the other hand, must have been obsessed with surpassing Feng Chi-Chi. That was why he managed to surpass her by 4 floors. He only managed to surpass 4 floors because of his obsession. I'm afraid Bailey Hongfei is not as strong as Feng Chi-Chi. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Bailey Hongfei, it had been a long time since another prodigy like him and Feng Chi-Chi appeared on the peak of gravity. Half an hour later, Huan was still in 3rd place. Huan, let's go. Duan Lingtian brought Huan away from the peak of gravity. After all, the genius secret realm did not only have the peak of gravity. There were many other places. Brother Lingtian, did you notice that the celestial origin energy in my body seems to have become denser after climbing the peak of gravity? Huan asked. Upon hearing Huan's words, Duan Lingtian sensed the celestial origin energy in his body. Indeed, his celestial origin energy had become denser. It seems like the pressure from the peak of gravity can help one's cultivation as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes glinted. It's said that there's a place in the genius secret realm called the world of laws. One can increase one's comprehension of the laws there by fighting with the formation spirits. Before entering the genius secret realm, Duan Lingtian had learned about this. For this reason, he was very interested in the world of laws. After asking around for directions, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at the world of laws half a day later. In the genius secret realm, there were not as many worlds of laws as the peak of gravity. There were 99 peaks of gravity in total. On the other hand, there were only 9 worlds of laws. For this reason, when Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, there were already more than 100 people gathered there. This was because most of them were stuck at the peak of gravity. The world of laws was located in a vast plain. When one arrived at the plain, one could see that there was a separate space where the fluctuations of the laws were different. These spaces that contained the fluctuations of the laws were grouped together to form the world of laws. Every space was independent of each other. Currently, many people were challenging the world of laws. Once one entered the world of laws, a formation spirit with the same cultivation base as one would appear. No matter what profundities one cast, the formation spirit would cast the same profundities. Most importantly, the formation spirit had rich combat experience. It was said that the formation spirit's combat experience was comparable to the combat experience of a celestial emperor. Very few people were able to defeat a formation spirit. In the world of laws, those who could fight a formation spirit to a draw were considered outstanding. Not only would those who defeated a formation spirit be rewarded by the world of laws, but they would also be noticed by many forces. After all, if anyone defeated a formation spirit, a voice would ring in the world of laws, announcing that they had defeated the formation spirit. In the past 10,000 years, the two grassroots prodigies who were invited by the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan were only invited after they defeated the formation spirit. What a beautiful woman! As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the world of laws, a sinister-looking young man dressed in brocade robes walked over to them while waving a fan made of feathers. "I'm Yun Shao from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Shall we get to know each other?" The young man ignored Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's path. However, Huan Er completely disregarded him. Scram! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, "Brat, don't tell me you don't know who I am? I'm the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. How dare you offend me?" The young man looked at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel and kowtow 3 times before you leave her. Otherwise, I'll kill you." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a dark light shone from his body, blotting out the sky. The commotion here had alarmed quite a few people as well. Did that purple-clad young man offend Yun Shao? Not only is Yun Shao a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, but he's also the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Who's that young man? How dare he offend Yun Shao? It's not that young man who offended Yun Shao. Yun Shao is the one who's looking for trouble. Some people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan when they saw Yun Shao blocking Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's path. Yun Shao's strength is above average among the prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. That purple-clad young man must be a grassroots prodigy. I'm afraid he's in trouble. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian and Yun Shao were at each other's throats, and everyone's attention was on them. At this moment, Huan Er, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, made her move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Huan Er raised her hand, and a gray light flashed in the air, cutting Yun Shao into 2. As soon as Huan Er made her move, Yun Shao stood rooted to the ground as though he had been struck by lightning. "Those who want to kill Brother Ling Tian deserve to die," Huan Er said coldly. Huan Er said coldly as she glanced at Yun Shao's corpse. Gasp, 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 gasp. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw Huan Er trying to kill Yun Shao. They stared at Huan Er as if they had seen a ghost. That woman is too strong. That's Yun Shao, a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Although he's not the most outstanding prodigy, he's still a prodigy who managed to climb more than 2,300 steps at the peak of gravity. That woman killed him in an instant. Since she dares to kill Yun Shao, she must have a powerful background as well. Is she from a Grade 1 force? I don't know. Did you hear that? Earlier, she addressed the purple-clad young man next to her as Brother Ling Tian. Is he Duan Lingtian? The grassroots prodigy who managed to climb nearly 3,000 steps at the peak of gravity? It said that Huan Er, who managed to climb 3,000th step of the peak of gravity, is his companion. Could it be that woman? That must be it. My friend just sent me a message saying that Huan Er is a peerless beauty that's hard to come by. Look at her. Have any of you seen a woman who can compare to her in terms of looks? As the onlookers discussed among themselves, they began to speculate about Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's identities. If I'm not mistaken, they're grassroots prodigies, right? Two grassroots prodigies actually dared to kill Yun Shao? Killing Yun Shao is equivalent to offending the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless they join one of the three strongest Grade 1 forces, it's unlikely they'll survive. If they want the three Grade 1 forces to protect them, their strength isn't enough. Chapter 32-26. Perhaps Yun Shao was strong. However, he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian and Huan. At the same time, she unleashed the innate skill that only direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan's main clan could use. She spread out her psychic energy to distract Yun Shao. By the time Yun Shao regained his senses, Huan Er had already raised her hand and killed him. Perhaps Yun Shao didn't even know how he died until the moment he was killed. Aren't these two a little too careless? They're acting as though nothing has happened. The onlookers soon discovered that while they were worried about Huan Er and Huan Er were walking toward one of the spaces in the world of laws as though nothing had happened. Huan Er, why don't you go in and give it a try? Duan Lingtian said to Huan Er with a smile. If you defeat the formation spirit, apart from announcing it to the entire genius secret realm, you'll also receive a reward. I'm curious to know what the reward is. All right. Nodded before she entered the space filled with the law of space. Before this, no one had entered this space of law. On the other hand, the other law spaces were more lively. For example, the law spaces of the 5 elements were the most lively. Next were the law spaces of the wind, lightning, and ice laws. As for the spaces that contained the laws of light, destruction, and the 4 supreme laws, apart from Huan Er and Eva who were in the space, there was no one else in the other spaces. However, there was a person fighting the formation spirit in the space containing the law of darkness. The battle was intense, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Naturally, it was not because his combat experience was on par with the formation spirit. It was because he had something else to rely on. The formation spirit had the same cultivation base and comprehension of profundities as him. In fact, the formation spirit had more combat experience than him. If he had other techniques, the formation spirit would not be able to replicate them. For example, the formation spirit could only replicate Huan Er's cultivation base and comprehension of profundities. However, it could not replicate Huan Er's other techniques as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. It seems like Huan Er wants to increase her combat experience by fighting the formation spirit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered Huan Er did not use any of her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox techniques. Instead, she relied on her cultivation base and comprehension of profundities to fight the formation spirit. As time passed, Huan Er gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. What a mysterious formation! Earlier, when she stepped into the law space, her opponent appeared. At the same time, she and her opponent were isolated in a separate space. During this time, no one could attack Huan Er since she was protected by the laws of the genius secret realm. It was the same for the others as well. Anyone who entered the law space and fought with the array spirit that was born from the law space would be isolated and protected. Meanwhile, the news of the death of Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, had spread like wildfire. Yun Shao's. Huan's the woman who killed Yun Shao. Yun's killed Yun. Killed Yun. Yun killed? A grassroots prodigy killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Demon sect. Will she be able to survive? Based on her current strength, it's not enough for the ancient Phoenix clan, the Bailey clan, or the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect to protect her. Although the genius secret realm was huge, the speed at which the news spread was extremely fast. Yu Chen, who had invited Duan Lingtian and Huan Er to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect, smiled wryly when he heard about Yun Zhao's death. It seems like they won't be joining the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, Yu Chen was indifferent to Yun Zhao's death. He was not angry at all. It was clear Yun Xiao and Yi Chen were not close, even though Yi Chen was his father's direct disciple. Yun Xiao is dead? Many young prodigies from Grade 1 forces also learned about Yun Xiao's death. That grassroots prodigy is really bold. Isn't she afraid of death? Although Yun Xiao's strength is mediocre, he's still the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Even we don't dare to touch him. However, he was killed by a grassroots prodigy. Rumor has it that Yun Xiao provoked the young sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect and was killed instead. It did not take long before more than half of the Genius Secret Realm was talking about Yun Xiao's death. At the same time, Han was still fighting the formation spirit in the world of laws. She seemed to be on the verge of defeat. I thought she'd be able to fight the formation spirit to a draw. However, it seems like I was wrong. If she can't even defeat the formation spirit, there's no way the Bailey clan, Ancient Phoenix clan, and Thousand Tribulations Sword sect will be interested in her. She'll lose in 30 breaths at most. Many people were paying attention to the battle between Huan and the formation spirit since they had witnessed Huan killing Yun Xiao. They could not help but shake their heads when they saw Huan was about to be eliminated. However, at this moment, an aura that was different from the profundities of a law and celestial origin energy suddenly surged out of Huan's body. In the next moment, Huan's opponent stopped fighting. Huan made her move and destroyed the formation spirit with a single blow. The formation spirit was about to defeat Huan. However, in the next moment, Huan defeated it. She defeated the formation spirit? Heavens! Can someone tell me what's going on? Wasn't she about to lose? Many of the onlookers were aghast. Of course, there were also those who were more observant. They looked at Huan with a hint of surprise in their eyes. So she still has other tricks up her sleeve? How unexpected! From the beginning until the end, she was accumulating battle experience? She only used her true strength to defeat the formation spirit in the end? The scene earlier was exactly the same as the scene where she killed Yun Xiao. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, a loud and majestic voice rang in the Genius Secret Realm. Congratulations to Huan for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Defeating the formation spirit in the law world would cause an announcement that would resound throughout the entire Genius Secret Realm, letting everyone know about it. At this moment, Huan's name spread throughout the Genius Secret Realm. Those who knew about Huan were even more shocked by her strength. Those who did not know about Huan now knew that a grassroots prodigy had appeared in the Genius Secret Realm. Congratulations to Duan Lingtian for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Not long after Huan made the announcement, another voice echoed in the prodigy's secret realm. Duan Lingtian? Everyone in the world of laws shifted their attention from Huan Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had just defeated the formation spirit from the law of space. Although the formation spirit could replicate Duan Lingtian's cultivation base and profundity from the law of space, it could not replicate the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's power. With the power from the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had easily defeated the formation spirit. Similar to the law of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, external forces were prohibited in the space of the laws of the heaven and earth. After Huan and Duan Lingtian defeated the formation spirit, the people in the Genius Secret Realm received news that 2 items had appeared in front of them. They were a celestial fruit and a celestial weapon. The celestial weapon was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, it was not attractive to Duan Lingtian and Huan. The celestial fruit, on the other hand, was a high-quality celestial fruit that could boost a celestial lord's cultivation base. Huan and Duan Lingtian. These 2 grassroots prodigies actually defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws? The grassroots prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm were shocked by Duan Lingtian and Huan's achievements. I didn't expect grassroots prodigies like them to exist. So far, 2 grassroots prodigies have defeated the formation spirit. However, none of the prodigies from Grade 1 forces have defeated the formation spirit. While many grassroots prodigies were discussing this, the voice that resounded throughout the entire genius mystic realm was heard again. Congratulations to Yu Tianxing for defeating the formation spirit from the law of space in the world of laws. Yu Tianxing. He was one of the most monstrous prodigies among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was also the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yu Jiancheng had always been focused on his cultivation and had never married. For this reason, he treated Yu Tianxing as his own son. It's Yu Tianxing. A prodigy from a grade 1 force has finally defeated the formation spirit from the world of laws. Good job, Yu Tianxing. After Yu Tianxing, a few other prodigies from grade 1 forces managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. In just a day, more than 10 people managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. However, Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only grassroots prodigies who managed to defeat the formation spirit from the world of laws. If it was in the past, even if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect wasn't interested in them, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan would have invited Duan Lingtian to join them. However, they've killed the only son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Based on their strength, the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan still haven't made a move. If they accept them, they'll offend the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Although the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey clan aren't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, they're still grade 1 forces. They'll have to show some respect to the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Unless Duan Lingtian and Huan display their monstrous strength, they won't be able to protect them. At this moment, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to a secluded place to cultivate. To be more precise, they were comprehending the law of space through the supreme powerhouse divinity. As for Huan, she needed to absorb the spirit fruit she had obtained earlier to improve her strength. Before they went to bed, Duan Lingtian glanced at Huan, who had just consumed the celestial fruit, and thought to himself, with Huan's foundation, she should be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in a short time after consuming the spirit fruit. Chapter 3227. In the Genius Secret Realm, apart from the peak of gravity and the world of laws, there were many other places to test the prodigies. The prodigies from grade 1 forces were able to achieve outstanding results in each of the places. However, after Duan Lingtian and Huan disappeared, Ho Zilong was the only one left to carry the burden of the grassroots prodigies. Duan Lingtian and Huan haven't appeared in the Genius Secret Realm for 6 years, right? I wonder where they are now. Don't tell me they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Impossible. Even the strongest prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect might be stronger than Duan Lingtian and Huan, but it's impossible for him to defeat them if they join forces. In just a blink of an eye, more than 6 years had passed since the Genius Secret Realm opened. However, ever since Duan Lingtian and Huan left the world of laws, they had completely disappeared. It was as though they had left the Genius Secret Realm. At this moment, a black-clad young man with a cold expression on his face could be seen sitting at the peak of a steep mountain in the Genius Secret Realm. A murderous aura was emitted from the young man's body. His sharp eyes were like 2 beams of sword light. On his body, strands of black light were faintly discernible, and then all of them were retracted into his body. I've finally become a 2-forms celestial lord. I've also comprehended the law of darkness annihilation profundity to the mastery stage. A rare smile could be seen on the black-clad young man's cold face. It has been 6 years since I entered the Genius Secret Realm. I've been cultivating and comprehending profundities since then. It's time for me to go out and have a look. The black-clothed youth stood up, his gaze like lightning. I wonder how Yu Tianxing of the Tea bloodline will perform. The Tai progeny was one of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Currently, the most outstanding prodigy in the Tai progeny was Yu Tianxing, the nephew of Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Apart from that, Yu Jiancheng was also the leader of the Tai progeny. There were 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, They were Xian Yuan, Zhan Lu, Qi Shao, Tai, Qixing Long Yuan, Gan Jiang, Mo Xie, Yu Chang, Chun Jun, and Qinging. Duan Lingtian was not aware that there were so many branches in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. This was because the names of the branches of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect were the 10 great swords in ancient myths and legends. Duan Lingtian would not believe it even if someone said the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had nothing to do with the 10 great swords in Earth's ancient myths and legends. Let's find a peak of gravity first. Let's see, how far away am I from the Yu Jianxing of the past? At the peak of the steep mountain, the black-clothed young man with a cold expression muttered to himself. His entire body flashed, and he was already far away on a blood-red sword light. Soon, he landed at the foot of a peak of gravity. At this moment, there weren't many people left at the foot of the peak of gravity. There were only a dozen people left. This person? What a terrifying aura! As soon as the black-clothed young man appeared at the foot of the peak of gravity, he attracted the attention of a few people who had not climbed the peak of gravity. They could feel the cold and sharp aura emanating from the black-clothed young man. The black-clothed young man stood there like an indestructible sword. No one dared to approach him. Is he here to climb the peak of gravity? A few people watched as the black-clothed young man walked toward the peak of gravity. They could not help but feel excited. How many steps would such a young man reach? Yu Tianxing is ranked first? The black-clothed young man's eyes landed on the ranking of the peak of gravity. With just a glance, he saw the name ranked first. Yu Tianxing, 3,537 step. The black-clothed young man continued to look down. Feng Qi, Bailey Hongfei, Duan Lingtian? The black-clothed young man's eyes narrowed when he saw the name at the bottom of the ranking. At the same time, he, who was originally calm and cold, seemed to have lost his composure. His breathing quickened at this moment. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He did not stop for a long time. Could it be him? The black-clothed young man muttered to himself for a while before he regained his senses. Forget it. Why am I thinking so much? If it's really him, I'll have the chance to meet him in the future. A faint smile appeared on the black-clothed young man's face when he finished speaking. The people nearby looked as though they had seen a ghost when they saw the smile on the black-clothed young man's face. He knows how to smile? I thought he always had that coffin-like face. Shoo! Lower your voice. Do you want to die? Although they had not seen the black-clothed young man in action before, they could tell he was not a simple person based on his sharp aura. He was not someone they could afford to offend. In the next moment, they saw the black-clothed young man's figure flicker as he soared into the sky on a blood-red sword. In the span of a breath, the black-clothed young man had already reached the 1,000th step of the peak of gravity. In the span of 3 breaths, he had reached the 2,000th step of the peak of gravity. He's so fast. Isn't his speed a little too fast? At this moment, the people who were climbing the peak of gravity and those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity were shocked by the black-clothed young man's speed. Who's he? He's so terrifying. Unless he's a grassroots prodigy, there's no way he's a nobody from a grade 1 force. He's at the 2,000th step. He's going to leave his name behind. The dozen or so people near the peak of gravity, including those who were at the bottom of the peak of gravity, stopped climbing and stared at the black-clothed young man who was at the 2,000th step. At this moment, the black-clothed young man raised his hand and grabbed a writing brush in the air. Then he wrote 2 words in the air. At the same time, the dozen or so people near the peak of gravity shifted their attention to the bottom of the peak of gravity. A new name appeared at the bottom of the peak of gravity. Su Li. He's Su Li? The prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's shadow support progeny? He's said to be as strong as Yu Tianxing? It's said that this prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's shadow support progeny came from the mundane realm. He obtained the legacy of the shadow support progeny in the mundane realm and was personally brought to the Jade Emperor Heaven by the progeny leader of the shadow support progeny. For the progeny leader of the shadow support progeny to personally bring him to the mundane realm. It seems like his innate talent is terrifying. Of course. It said that he's only close to 300 years old, but Yu Tianxing is more than 800 years old. What? Su Li isn't even 300 years old? What was even more shocking was that after the black-clothed young man called Su Li arrived at the 2000 step, he continued to fly upwards. In the span of 5 breaths, he had already reached the 3000 step. His speed is too terrifying, right? Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny? It's only been 5 breaths since he appeared on the Peak of Gravity ranking, and he's already at the 3000 step? Even Yu Tianxing isn't as fast as him, right? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It said that Su Li's only a 1 basic celestial lord. Even if you've broken through, you'll only be a 2-form celestial lord. Don't forget that he's capable of fighting Yu Tianxing, a 5-element celestial lord, when he's only a 1 basic celestial lord. If he breaks through and becomes a 2-form celestial lord, he might even be stronger than Yu Tianxing. That's not necessarily the case. Previously, when they sparred, it said that Yu Tianxing won. Even if he breaks through, he might not be able to defeat Yu Tianxing. That's right. Since Su Li has improved, Yu Tianxing has as well. At this moment, in front of the Peak of Gravity in various parts of the Genius Secret Realm, everyone's attention was attracted by the name on the 3000 stair, which was still rising rapidly. Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny. Rumor had it that Su Li was from the Yanhuang realm, the mundane realm where the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven came from. In our Jade Emperor Heaven, there are too many powerhouses from the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. Although Su Li's performance is not bad, he still has a long way to go if he wants to be mentioned in the same breath as those giants. In any case, even those powerhouses from Yanhuang realm might not be able to surpass Su Li when they were at his age. Even so, Su Li's achievements have something to do with the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Shadow Support progeny's legacy in the mundane realm. So what? Don't tell me the other progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect didn't leave their legacies in the mundane realm as well? Aren't the geniuses from the mundane realms mediocre in the Jade Emperor Heaven after receiving their legacies? That's right. Su Li is from the mundane realm. It's a miracle that he's able to reach this stage. Everywhere in the genius plane, most people were talking about Su Li. Su Li. On a lake in the Genius Secret Realm, a white-clad young man who was walking on the lake as though it was flat ground received a message. His eyes narrowed immediately. In the next moment, his figure flashed before he turned into a sword ray and flew in a certain direction. Senior Brother Tianxing? A green-clad young man who was standing next to the white-clad young man was stunned for a moment before he followed after the white-clad young man. When the two of them appeared, they were already hovering in the air near the Peak of Gravity. They looked at the ranking on the Peak of Gravity from afar. Currently, the person ranked second was no longer Feng Chi-Chi, it was someone else. Su Li, the 3522nd step. Do you think he can surpass me? The white-clad young man asked the green-clad young man next to him. This Su Li actually ascended such a high flight of stairs? He's only 15 steps away from you, Senior Brother Tianxing? The green-clad young man looked at the Peak of Gravity ranking in shock. Chapter 3228. He's still going up. Although Yu Tianxing's expression remained calm as he watched Su Li climb up to the 3523rd step, his eyes narrowed slightly. If Su Li did not appear, he would be the only one in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, Su Li had overshadowed him as soon as he appeared. Even his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and the leader of the Tei progeny, thought highly of Su Li. It was as if a child who was surrounded by a group of people suddenly found another child, causing the people who were originally surrounding him to also run and surround that child. Although Yu Tianxing had lived for more than 800 years, he still found it hard to accept. His speed is very slow now. I don't think he'll be able to surpass you, Senior Brother Tianxing. Although the young man next to Yu Tianxing said this, his expression turned solemn when he saw Su Li's name on the Peak of Gravity ranking. Senior brother Tianxing, did Su Li make a breakthrough? When he first entered the peak of gravity ranking, he wasn't that strong, right? The young man asked Yu Tianxing. The young man's name was He Zhan. He was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was the strongest prodigy in the Clear Lu progeny under the age of 1000 in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, compared to Yu Tianxing and Su Li, He Zhan was much weaker. Since He Zhan was 200 years younger than Yu Tianxing, his innate talent and comprehension skills were not necessarily inferior to Yu Tianxing's. He must have made a breakthrough, Yu Tianxing said confidently. His cultivation base is close to that of a two-forms celestial lord. It's normal for him to make a breakthrough after entering the peak of gravity ranking. I wonder if his comprehension of the law of darkness has improved. If it has, perhaps he'll be able to surpass me on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing stared at Su Li's name on the peak of gravity ranking intently. Currently, Su Li's strength had increased by another level. Even if Su Li surpassed him on the peak of gravity ranking, it would be difficult for him to surpass Su Li since he had already done his best. Unless Su Li's strength improved, it would be impossible for him to surpass his current strength. Feng Qi of the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hong Fei of the Bailey clan were equal in strength. In fact, Feng Qi was even stronger. However, with Feng Qi as his goal, Bailey Hong Fei performed exceptionally well and surpassed Feng Qi. Later, Feng Qi climbed the peak of gravity again and surpassed Bailey Hong Fei. However, he was different from Bailey Hong Fei. The Bailey Hong Fei's goal was to surpass Feng Qi, then his goal was to surpass his uncle, Yu Jiancheng, the leader of the Tai, a progeny and the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yu Jiancheng had left behind an insurmountable record at the peak of gravity in the Genius Secret Realm, reaching the 3,787th step. This was a record that no one had broken in the past 20,000 years. I don't think that's possible. If he wants to improve his comprehension of the law of darkness, he'll have to comprehend another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage. He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air and muttered, "Nothing is impossible." Yu Tianxing said indifferently, "Before he appeared, would you have believed that a person from the mundane realm could reach this level?" He Zhan smiled bitterly. Even he found Su Li's meteoric rise unbelievable. I wonder how the Shadow Support progeny is so lucky to be able to find such a treasure. In truth, the Shadow Support progeny did not have much of a presence among the 10 progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, Su Li's appearance made the Shadow Support progeny one of the most popular progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Don't forget that the Shadow Support progeny once had a peerless genius. I suspect Su Li has inherited his legacy. Yu Tianxing said in a deep voice. Senior brother Tianxing, are you talking about the person who left the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and challenged the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven? He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. Rumor has it that after the person failed to challenge the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, he was severely injured and became a god. However, no one heard anything about him after that. Many people said he went to the realms of gods. He Zhan had also heard rumors about the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Shadow Support progeny. He knew the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was not just a grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a heaven-grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It had many titled celestial emperors and was second only to a heavenly emperor's force in the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the Devata realms, regardless of whether it was the Tidal Temple or the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the most powerful force was undoubtedly the Heavenly Emperor's force. There were many titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The palace master of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was the Heavenly Emperor who ruled over the Devata realms. Below the Heavenly Emperor's force were heaven-grade forces. Heaven-grade forces were overlords in their respective Devata realms. Heaven-grade forces had many titled celestial emperors. Some heaven-grade forces even had as many titled celestial emperors as a Heavenly Emperor's force. However, a Heavenly Emperor's force had a Heavenly Emperor who could suppress many titled celestial emperors alone. Below heaven grade forces were the super grade 1 forces. A super grade 1 force would have at least one titled celestial emperor. A force without a titled celestial emperor was only a grade 1 force regardless of how many celestial emperors it had. The Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was currently a grade 1 force. However, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect used to be a heaven grade force with many titled celestial emperors. That's only a rumor. A hint of respect could be seen in Yu Tianxing's eyes as he spoke. This was the respect he had for the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's shadow support progeny. In fact, after the powerhouse from the shadow support progeny was defeated by our Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, he was already on the verge of death. In the end, he didn't go to a realm of gods and died. However, it said that before he died, he left the Devata realm and returned to his hometown, the mundane realm where Su Li was before he came to the Jade Emperor Heaven. That mundane realm is called the Yen Huang realm. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven and many powerful figures in the Jade Emperor Heaven came from there. Yu Tianxing glanced at He Zhan before he continued to say, at that time, due to the powerhouse's death, many forces who wanted to curry favor with the Heavenly Emperor joined forces to suppress the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Almost all of the titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were killed at that time. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was forced to leave the Jade Emperor territory and come to the Nando territory. Yu Tianxing could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Does this mean the powerhouse from the shadow support progeny is a sinner of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? He Zhan's eyes widened slightly. A sinner? Yu Tianxing glanced at He Zhan indifferently. You better watch your mouth. If my uncle finds out about this, he won't let you off easily. The person my uncle admires the most is the powerhouse from the shadow support progeny. It's precisely because Su Li is suspected to be that person's successor that eldest uncle takes great care of him. For this reason, he even called me over and told me not to suppress Su Li behind his back. Even if I wanted to suppress Su Li, I had to do it openly. Otherwise, he wouldn't spare me. A hint of bitterness could be seen on Yu Tianxing's face when he reached the end of his sentence. He regarded his uncle as his father. Naturally, he would listen to his uncle's words. If Su Li has really inherited the powerhouse's legacy, doesn't that mean he has inherited the legacy of a god? He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. How else do you think he's able to achieve so much even though he's not even 300 years old? Don't forget he's only from the mundane realm. Yu Tianxing said. Senior brother Tianxing, do you think there are no titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? He Zhan suddenly asked such a question. Titled celestial emperors? Yu Tianxing smiled faintly. Celestial emperors can only become titled celestial emperors when their strength reaches a certain level and they pass the test in the title temple. However, is there a lack of titled celestial emperors in the Devata realms who haven't obtained a title from the title temple? Yu Tianxing looked at He Zhan meaningfully when he finished speaking. You're right. He Zhan nodded. In fact, it's not just the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Even the ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan have celestial emperors whose strength is comparable to titled celestial emperors who haven't obtained a title from the title temple. As soon as Yu Tianxing finished speaking, he instinctively shifted his gaze to the peak of gravity ranking. With just a glance, his pupils constricted. He Zhan's eyes followed Yu Tianxing's gaze and shifted to the peak of gravity ranking as well. Su Li's name was still in second place. However, after Su Li's name, the number of steps he ascended had already become the 3,536th step. Right now, Su Li was only one step away from Yu Tianxing, who was in first place. Su Li actually managed to ascend to the 3,536th step. He Zhan exclaimed in shock. He Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air before he looked at Yu Tianxing in a daze. Senior Tianxing, it seems like Su Li has comprehended another profundity from the law of darkness to the mastery stage after he came in. It's obvious. Yu Tianxing nodded. His expression was grave as he felt a huge pressure weighing down on him. Meanwhile, More than 90% of the people in the genius secret realm were gathered in front of the peak of gravity. Most of them had already challenged the peak of gravity. They were here to watch the show instead of challenging the peak of gravity again. Su Li is only one step away from catching up to Yu Tianxing. It seems like the two prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are going to compete on the peak of gravity. Chapter 3229. In the Genius Secret Realm, the 99 peaks of gravity, which were originally deserted, were bustling with activity at this moment. All of this was because of one person, Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's shadow support progeny. At this moment, the peak of gravity where Su Li was challenging was filled with people. Numerous gazes shot out from below the peak of gravity and landed on the black figure standing on the 3,536th step of the peak of gravity. Can Su Li ascend another step and be on par with Yu Tianxing? Many people were filled with anticipation. I think so. Based on Su Li's expression, it's obvious he's determined to continue. If he doesn't think there's any chance for him to ascend, he won't waste his time there. Let's wait and see. Su Li is the second prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect after Yu Tianxing. It's obvious he's more outstanding than Yu Tianxing. In the past, everyone thought Yu Tianxing would be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, now that Su Li has appeared, it seems like Yu Tianxing won't necessarily be the next sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. That's not necessarily the case. If Su Li is more outstanding than Yu Tianxing, he might return to the Jade Emperor territory in the future. After all, not everyone wants to be the sect leader of a sect. That's true. In the Devata realms, there are many people who are unwilling to be tied down by a sect. That's why they want to ascend to a higher realm. At the foot of the peak of gravity where Su Li was climbing, not only were there grassroots prodigies, but there were also many prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Bailey Hongfei, do you think Su Li will be able to ascend another step? As one of them spoke to a young man standing alone not far away, everyone's gazes immediately shifted to the latter. Bailey Hongfei? The number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Bailey clan? He was currently ranked 4th on the peak of gravity ranking? Yi Wudao, don't just ask me. What do you think? Bailey Hongfei, a young man dressed in a long grayish-white robe, asked indifferently as he glanced at the young man who had asked him the question. Yi Wudao? The number 1 genius of the profound Sky Dao sect's younger generation and currently ranked 5th on the peak of gravity rankings? Yi Dao Denier only managed to climb 3 steps less than Bailey Hongfei. It seems like he's just as strong as Bailey Hongfei. It's said that Yi Dao Denier is skilled in the Dao of slaughter. He has killed many people who are stronger than him. In a battle to the death, Bailey Hongfei might not be a match for him. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Bailey Hongfei is here. More and more people were looking at the young man named Leaf Dao Denier, and whispers could be heard. I think he can go up. Yi Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. Just as Yi Wudao finished speaking, Su Li, who was standing on the 3,536th step of the peak of gravity, finally moved once more. At the same time Su Li flew up, the black power around his body surged like a flood, slamming into the void and lifting him up. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Li stood on an even higher step. He was now on the 3,537th step. Su Li's result was the same as Yu Tianxing's. However, since Su Li was the last to reach the 3rd step, he was still ranked 2nd on the peak of gravity rankings. Even so, it still caused an uproar in the genius secret realm. He's ascended. It seems like Su Li's strength is on par with Yu Tianxing's now. Yu Tianxing is no match for Su Li. Is Su Li really someone who came from the mundane plane? As Su Li ascended the 3,537th step of China's Li Feng, everyone around the peaks of gravity was shocked. He's still there? Is he going to continue? Su Li is going to challenge a higher step? Is he going to surpass Yu Tianxing? Many people around the peak of gravity where Su Li was standing had noticed this. Messages were sent out one after another, and those who were preparing to leave the peak of gravity immediately stopped in their tracks. Su Li wants to challenge a higher step. Is this for real? Earlier, it took Su Li a long time to reach this step. It's obvious he's struggling. Now, he's going to challenge a higher step? Can he really reach the next step? Many people were not optimistic about Su Li's chances of reaching the next step. After all, the higher the step, the harder it was to reach the next step. When it came to the steps that Su Li was on, the difficulty of each step differed greatly. Su Li's only a one basic celestial lord, right? Even if he has a breakthrough, he's only a two-form celestial lord. Even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, might not be able to reach Su Li's current step, right? I agree. Yu Jiancheng had set the record when he was a 6-combos celestial lord. Rumor has it that Su Li isn't even 300 years old yet. If the Genius Secret Realm only opens a few hundred years later, Su Li will definitely be able to break Yu Jiancheng's record. The Genius Secret Realm only opens once every 1,000 years. Every time it opens, only celestial lords below the age of 1,000 are allowed to enter. Everyone can only enter once. Su Li isn't even 300 years old, but he's already forced to enter. It's really unfair to him. There's nothing unfair about this. It's just fate. In the end, nobody left the 99 peaks of gravity. Except for the peak of gravity where Su Li was, all the people near the other 98 peaks of gravity were staring at the ranking board. Su Li's name was still shining. In other words, he was still on the peak of gravity. This was because once a person on the leaderboard left the peak of gravity, his name would no longer shine on the leaderboard. Some people who lived near the peak of gravity even rushed towards the peak of gravity where Su Li was. They wanted to watch the show in person. Watching Su Li climb the peak of gravity was more interesting than watching the ranking. Senior Tianxing, Senior Hejian. At this moment, Yu Tianxing and Hejian appeared near Su Li's peak of gravity. At the same time, a valiant-looking young woman bowed and greeted them. Junior Sister Yun, if it weren't for you, Senior Tianxing, and I wouldn't have known that Su Li is here. Thank you. Hejian thanked the young woman with a smile on his face. The young woman was also a prodigious disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Her name was Yun Yi, but she was not from Hejian, Yu Tian, or Su Li. She was from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Yu Chang progeny. She was the most outstanding prodigious disciple in the Yu Chang progeny. Of course, her strength was no match for Hejian, much less Yu Tianxing. There's no need to thank me, Senior Hejian. It's just a small favor. Yun Yi looked at Yu Tianxing, who was standing next to Hejian, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Yu Tianxing had many admirers in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, since he was focused on his cultivation, he did not have any partners. Yun Yi was one of Yu Tianxing's admirers. Senior Tianxing, it's already very difficult for Su Li to reach the same height as you. I don't think he'll be able to reach the next height. Yun Yi smiled at Yu Tianxing. Senior brother Yun Yi, don't underestimate Su Li. He took less time to reach the 3,537th step from the 3,536th step to the 3,537th step compared to me. Yu Tianxing shook his head when he heard Yun Yi's words. Therefore, it's possible that he won't. Just as Yu Tianxing was about to say that Su Li might be able to surpass him in the future, his pupils constricted before he could finish speaking. This was because he saw Su Li making a move on the peak of gravity. Su Li is making a move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Li stepped into the air and turned into a giant sword that was blood and black. Around the giant sword, black fog and blood-red fog intertwined and moved, as if a black dragon and a snow dragon were roaming around the giant sword. All of a sudden, the earth-shattering sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Li transformed into a sword and flew up to the 3,538th step. He did not land on the ground but continued to fly up to the next height. 1, 2, 3. Su Li didn't stop until he reached the 3,552nd step, landing on that step. At the same time, the energy on his body dissipated as he stepped into the air and left the peak of gravity. He stepped on a blood-red sword ray and flew away. Everyone could only see the mysterious black figure of Su Li's back. Are my eyes deceiving me? Su Li has reached the 552th step? What's going on? Didn't Su Li have a hard time reaching the same height as Yu Tianxing earlier? How did he reach such a high height all of a sudden? Heavens! Even Yu Tianxing has only ascended the 3,537th step. Yet, Su Li has already ascended 15 steps more than him. Su Li's too terrifying. He's been accumulating his strength since the beginning? He didn't use his full strength earlier? Everyone in the peak of gravity was shocked by Su Li's sudden leap of 15 steps. Su Li, Yu Tianxing's expression turned solemn as he looked in the direction Su Li had left. It seems like he has made a huge breakthrough in the genius secret realm this time. This? He Zhan and Yun Yi, who were standing next to Yu Tianxing, were stunned as well. They were still staring at the name that was ranked first on the peak of gravity. Su Li 552th step. Putting everything else aside, based on Su Li's ranking on the peak of gravity, I'm afraid no one in the genius secret realm will be able to break it. I think so too. I thought no one would be able to break Yu Tianxing's record. I didn't expect Su Li to break it. Chapter 3230. Over the next 2 years, the rankings in the genius secret realm were refreshed. Places like the peak of gravity were refreshed. As for those who refreshed the rankings, they all reached the top of the rankings. The person who refreshed the rankings was none other than Su Li, Duan Lingtian. He hasn't appeared since? Su Li muttered to himself as he sat cross-legged on a branch in a gloomy forest. He extended his hand. His hand moved at lightning speed, and a leaf that fell from the sky was instantly sliced into thousands of pieces by countless cold sword chi. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as Su Li leaped into the air and flew out of the forest on a blood-red sword chi. Meanwhile, in a cave on the side of a remote canyon, 2 figures walked out together. It was a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was peerlessly beautiful. I didn't expect us to have been in the genius secret realm for 8 years in just a blink of an eye. The purple-clad young man said with a sigh. Brother Ling Tian, you didn't have to stay here with me for so long if you didn't wait for me, the white-clad young woman said apologetically. A woman in snow-white clothes said guiltily. The man and woman were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huan, who had been in closed-door cultivation in the genius secret realm for 8 years. Silly girl, I didn't wait for you for nothing. My strength has improved a lot over the past 8 years. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Now that we're in the genius secret realm, I think we're pretty strong. Let's go out and take a look to see if we can find anything. At the same time, if there's an opportunity to show off, let's wait for the people from the Grade 1 forces to come looking for us. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he and Huan left the remote valley. Not long after he left the valley, Duan Lingtian saw a gigantic pagoda that occupied a vast area. The gigantic pagoda was 30 stories tall, and it stood there like a giant. Is this a formation spirit pagoda? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he guessed what the giant tower in front of him was. Previously, before he went into seclusion, he had heard some of the geniuses mention the Array Spirit Pagoda. The Array Spirit Pagoda was a huge pagoda that tested the strength of those who entered. Those who entered the Array Spirit Pagoda would not be able to use any external force, just like in the peak of gravity. This Formation Spirit Pagoda record seems to be left behind by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. It only took him 132 breaths to kill all of the formation spirits in the 30-level Formation Spirit Pagoda. Duan Lingtian had learned this from other grassroots prodigies. We've been in seclusion for 8 years, so there are only 2 years left before the genius secret realm ends. I wonder what kind of records the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces have left in the past 8 years? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian brought Huan to the Formation Spirit Pagoda. There was a stone tablet in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda, and Duan Lingtian could see the ranking on it. First place, Su Li? When Duan Lingtian saw the person who ranked first in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was Su Li, a familiar yet distant figure appeared in his mind at the right time. He had a friend who was also called Su Li. However, he had not seen Su Li ever since they parted ways in Yanhuang realm. Calculating the time, he and Su Li had not seen each other for 200 years. This name is really heartwarming. Although he felt the name was familiar, Duan Lingtian never thought that this Su Li would be that friend of his. Although Su Li's friend had great fortuitous encounters, it was unrealistic for Su Li to break through and become a celestial lord in such a short time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not even consider this possibility. Second place, Yu Tianxing. Yu Tianxing is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, right? Although Duan Lingtian did not see Yu Tianxing's ranking when he ascended the peak of gravity, he knew Yu Tianxing was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. He was even stronger than Feng Qi from the ancient Phoenix clan and Bailey Hongfei from the Bailey clan. Duan Lingtian continued reading. Third place, Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao is the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the profound Sky Dao sect. Duan Lingtian recognized the other two people who were ranked after Yu Tianxing, Feng Qi and Bailey Hongfei. Ho Zilong is a grassroots prodigy, and yet he's ranked in the top 10 of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Duan Lingtian was familiar with Ho Zilong's name. When he looked at the peak of gravity rankings, Ho Zilong was also ranked in the top 10. So far, Su Li's result is the best. It only took him 141 breaths. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted when he saw Su Li's result. What a beautiful woman! Could she be Huan He? Is the purple-clad young man standing next to her Duan Lingtian? They're the ones who killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They haven't appeared for 8 years. I thought they were killed by the Thousand Hands Devil sect's prodigies. I didn't expect them to still be alive. Many people were standing in front of the Formation Spirit Pagoda. More and more people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Huan. Duan Lingtian and Huan had been in closed-door cultivation for 8 years. Now that they had reappeared, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. They're the ones who killed Yun Shao? Not far away, a blue-robed young man raised his eyebrows and sent a message. Yun Yi, the woman who killed your junior brother has appeared. She's in the Formation Spirit Tower you went through before. Similar to the World of Laws, there were only 9 Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm. However, more than one person could enter the Formation Spirit Pagoda at the same time. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, each person would enter a separate space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. They would have to kill all the Formation Spirits on each floor before they could proceed to the next floor. Once they killed all the Formation Spirits on the 30th floor, they would be considered to have cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda. As long as the prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm were not too weak, it would not be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, it would be difficult for them to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda in a short time. Let's go in and have some fun. Duan Lingtian ignored the onlookers and called out to Huan before the duo entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda. After entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Lingtian discovered Huan had disappeared from his side. However, he was not worried since he knew it was only temporary. He had entered the space in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. The Formation Spirit Pagoda's timer starts as soon as the Formation Spirits appear. Now, let's wait for the Formation Spirits to appear. Although the Formation Spirit had yet to appear, Duan Lingtian's nerves tensed up at this moment. His eyes narrowed. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, a young man dressed in dark blue robes descended from the sky. Where are they? The young man had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were cold, and he exuded a chilling aura that made it seem as though he did not want anyone to get close to him. As soon as he appeared, he asked the young man who had sent the message earlier. It's Yun Yi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. A few people recognized Yun Yi immediately. Yun Yi, the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Hands Devil sect, was currently ranked 7th on the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking. They've gone in. The young man who was questioned by Yun Yi said as he glanced at the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Good, very good. Yun Yi nodded. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Then, I'll wait here for them to come out. Yun Yi, why don't we call more people over? They're quite strong. If the two of them join forces, we might not be able to suppress them. The young man who had sent the message earlier suggested. I'll send a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yun Yi knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were strong, so he did not dare to be careless. He quickly sent a message to the other prodigies in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. However, the other prodigies were too far away. It would be impossible for them to come over in such a short time. Yun Yi, why don't we see how long it'll take them to come out? If they're close to you, there's no need to make a move. Yun Yi nodded. All right. Yun Yi nodded. Then he asked, How long have they been in there? They've been in there for about 30 breaths. Normally, one would have 20 breaths to prepare after entering the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Yun Yi nodded. I'd like to see how long it'll take them to come out. Yun Yi looked at the Formation Spirit Pagoda coldly. When the others saw Yun Yi, they knew he was here for Duan Lingtian and Huan. I wonder if those two are a match for Yun Yi. Time continued to pass. Swoosh. When a purple figure appeared, many people, including the young man standing next to Yun Yi, widened their eyes in shock. How did he come out so quickly? The young man standing next to Yun Yi widened his eyes in shock as well. 127 breaths. Heavens! Sect leader Yu Jiancheng of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect is going to break the record that has been held for almost 20,000 years? I didn't think I'd have the chance to witness this. This trip was worth it. This trip was worth it. Soon after, they discovered the person ranked first on the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking was no longer Su Li, the prodigy from the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Duan Lingtian had taken 127 breaths. The record set by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect 20,000 years ago was 132 breaths. In other words, the time Duan Lingtian spent in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. After all, it was impossible for one to hold back in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for one to compress one's time. 5 breaths of time. This could already be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. Gulp. Chapter 32-31. Yes. At this moment, the young man who had sent a message to Yun Yi had also checked the ranking of the Formation Spirit Pagoda with his divine consciousness. He was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Duan Lingtian was simply too heaven-defying. In just a blink of an eye, more than 10 breaths had passed. At the same time, a white figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Brother Lingtian, you came out so quickly? Huan asked in surprise when she saw Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, how long did you take? Huan, your result is not bad. It only took you 143 breaths to come out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already probed Huan Er's ranking with his divine consciousness. Currently, Huan Er was ranked 3rd, behind Su Li, and ahead of Yu Tianxing. Su Li had taken 141 breaths to come out while Yu Tianxing had taken 144 breaths. He was only 1 breath ahead of Huan. Even so, Yu Tianxing was still pushed to the back by Huan. He had fallen from 2nd to 4th. She's Huan who killed my junior brother Yun Xiao? Yun Yi asked again as he looked at the young man standing next to him. When the young man nodded, Yun Yi had already turned into a streak of light and left in a hurry. As for the young man, he also left after Yun Yi. Most of the people present on the scene saw that the young man was familiar with Yun Yi. If Duan Lingtian and Huan pursued the matter, they would find out that the young man had a close relationship with the Thousand Hands Devil sect. At that time, if the two of them attacked him out of anger, he would definitely die. I didn't expect both of them to be so strong. It has been 8 years since the Genius Secret Realm opened, and one of them has reached the top of the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking while the other is ranked 4th. Now, the people who could still refresh the rankings in various places in the Genius Secret Realm were basically very strong people. However, after they refreshed the rankings, there might not be any changes to the rankings. This was because those with strength would have already refreshed the rankings. It's said that the person who set the record will be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and many people's eyes even flashed with a wave of envy and jealousy. Duan Ling Tian, who was about to leave with Huan, was stunned when he heard the conversation. That seemed to be the case. In the Genius Secret Realm, those who managed to break the record would be rewarded with an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Just as Duan Ling Tian had this thought in his mind. Along with a burst of strong light that descended from the sky, a 3-foot-long blade with a flowing light revolving around it slowly descended and finally landed in front of Duan Ling Tian. It really is an Emperor-grade celestial artifact. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian could tell it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. The aura it emitted was similar to the Jasper celestial sword in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 3-foot-long sword was green in color. It emitted a sharp aura even before it landed in Duan Ling Tian's hand. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor-grade celestial sword flew into Duan Ling Tian's hand. As soon as the Emperor-grade celestial sword appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, a loud and clear voice rang in the Genius Secret Realm. Congratulations, Duan Ling Tian. You've cleared the Formation Spirit Pagoda in 127 breaths. You've broken the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Not only would defeating the Formation Spirit in the World of Laws be announced, but breaking the record in the Genius Secret Realm would also be announced. Apart from that, the reward for breaking the Formation Spirit Pagoda was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian? He's here again? Heavens! He broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? I remember the record was set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. How did he manage to break the record? That year, Yu Jiancheng only took 132 breaths to clear the Formation Spirit Pagoda. However, this Duan Ling Tian is even more terrifying. He only took 127 breaths. That's 5 breaths less than Yu Jiancheng. The prodigies in the Genius Secret Realm were shocked when they heard the announcement. They didn't expect to meet someone who had broken the record of the Formation Spirit Pagoda in the Genius Secret Realm this time. After all, that record had been maintained in the Genius Secret Realm for nearly 10,000 years. 8 years ago, Duan Ling Tian couldn't even reach the 3,000th step at the peak of gravity. Now, he's breaking the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? Compared to the peak of gravity, the Formation Spirit Pagoda values one's overall strength more. It seems like he's very strong. Why do I feel like they're not the same person? Although a person's performance at the peak of gravity is not bad, that's all there is to it. However, this person from the Formation Spirit Pagoda broke Yu Jiancheng's record. They're on a completely different level. I agree. Logically speaking, someone who can break the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda should be able to break the record in the peak of gravity as well. That's why Yu Jiancheng broke the record in 2 places. Many people thought the person who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda was different from the person who failed to reach the 3,000th step at the peak of gravity 8 years ago. Duan Ling Tian? He broke Uncle's record? Within a valley, Yu Tianxing, who was sitting cross-legged on a stone platform halfway up a mountain, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an astonished expression. I must get Duan Ling Tian to join the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Yu Tianxing rose to his feet and sent a message to all the disciples in the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect to pay attention to Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. If they found Duan Ling Tian, they were to invite Duan Ling Tian to join the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect. Before entering the Genius Secret Realm, Yu Tianxing's uncle, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, had told him, Duan Lingtian. If someone broke his record in the genius secret realm, no matter which record it was, he must invite that person to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. It was precisely because of this that Yu Tianxing lost his composure and was at a loss when he learned that someone had broken Yu Jianxing's record. At this moment, even Su Li had received Yu Tianxing's message. Although they were from different branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, they were still disciples of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Therefore, they had exchanged soul pearls before they entered the genius secret realm. Duan Lingtian? When Su Li received Yu Tianxing's message, he was still shocked by the voice that had resounded throughout the entire genius secret realm. 127 breaths? He had entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda a few times a year ago, but his best result was 141 breaths of time. In fact, he had used the same amount of time twice. For this reason, he knew it would be extremely difficult to shorten the time he spent in the genius secret realm by one breath unless he improved his strength. This Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Just like that friend of mine. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Su Li's eyes. At the same time, in the air above a lake, there was a beautiful woman in a purple-red robe with a graceful figure. Her autumn eyes shone brightly at the right time. Duan Lingtian? He broke Yu Jiancheng's record? The woman inhaled sharply before she sent out a series of messages. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers, and junior sisters of the ancient Phoenix clan, spare no effort to find Duan Lingtian and invite him to the ancient Phoenix clan. The woman was none other than Feng Chi-Chi, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan. At the same time, Feng Chi-Chi sent out a series of messages. Bailey Hongfei also sent out a series of messages, asking the Bailey clan to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's whereabouts and invite Duan Lingtian to join the Bailey clan. Although the other Grade 1 forces knew their chances of success were slim, they still made their moves. For example, Yi Wu Dao, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Sky Dao sect, also sent a message to the other prodigies in the sect to look for Duan Lingtian and invite Duan Lingtian. If there was any Grade 1 force that did not make a move, it would be the Thousand Hands Devil sect. The woman who was so close to Duan Lingtian was the one who had killed Yun Shao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. No matter how talented Duan Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to accept Duan Lingtian. Even if he accepted Duan Lingtian, he would lure Duan Lingtian to the Thousand Hands Devil sect and kill him. Duan Lingtian was not so stupid as to willingly follow the Thousand Hands Devil sect to the Thousand Hands Devil sect. That would be tantamount to suicide. This is for you. Outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, Duan Lingtian casually tossed the Emperor-grade celestial sword to Huan, as though it was a piece of trash. Thank you, Brother Lingtian. Huan accepted the Emperor-grade celestial sword without any hesitation. She knew her brother Lingtian had a better weapon. Otherwise, she would not have accepted the Emperor-grade celestial sword. He's giving away an Emperor-grade celestial sword just like that? It's no wonder such a beautiful woman is willing to follow him. He's really generous. It seems like he doesn't care about the Emperor-grade celestial sword at all. Who is he? Why would a grassroots prodigy be like him? Many people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's casual act of giving away the Emperor-grade celestial sword to Huan. However, there were also some who were confused by Duan Lingtian's disdain for the Emperor-grade celestial sword. They speculated that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a person stepped forward and cupped his fists at Duan Lingtian. I'm Bailey Kong, a disciple of the Bailey clan. I'd like to invite you to join the Bailey clan. With your innate talent and comprehension ability, the Bailey clan will definitely not mistreat you. We'll provide you with the best resources to nurture you. The person who stepped forward was a young man. Based on his words, it was clear he was a prodigy of the Bailey clan. Duan Lingtian, I'm Lin Ji, a disciple of the Profound Sky Dao sect. The Profound Sky Dao sect welcomes you. If you're willing to join the Profound Sky Dao sect, we'll treat you well. It won't be inferior to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, or the Bailey clan. Chapter 32-32. Thank you for inviting me, but I haven't decided which force I want to join yet. I'll decide later. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly at the people from the Bailey clan and the profound Sky Dao sect before he left with Huan. The group of people watched them leave. Only when their figures disappeared from their sight did they regain their senses. It seems like there's going to be another monstrous genius in the Nando territory. A middle-aged man muttered to himself. A grassroots prodigy who broke the record set by sect leader Yu Jiancheng of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? How unexpected! Even the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect won't miss such a monstrous genius. Everyone was shocked. They were certain the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, which had always been cold and aloof, would take the initiative to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Indeed, they were right. At this moment, the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who were in the Genius Secret Realm were searching everywhere for Duan Lingtian. They wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. On the other side, after Duan Lingtian and Huan left the Formation Spirit Pagoda, they walked in a random direction. Soon after, a familiar yet unfamiliar mountain appeared before their eyes. This mountain peak towered into the clouds. The reason why it looked familiar was because it was exactly the same as the peak of gravity that they had seen before. It was unfamiliar because the location of this mountain was different from the location of the peak of gravity. This mountain was located in a swamp forest at the foot of the mountain. On the other hand, the peak of gravity was located on a plain. The peak of gravity. The mountain in front of them was also a peak of gravity. Although it was located in a swamp forest, it was still very eye-catching. Some of the tall trees in the swamp forest were not worth mentioning in front of the peak of gravity, which was so high that it reached the clouds. Moreover, there was an empty space around the peak of gravity. Previously, when Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the peak of gravity, they saw dozens of people. However, this time, they only saw 3 people. The 2 of them stood at the foot of the peak of gravity, watching one person climb the peak of gravity. I wonder which level third brother will be able to reach this time. He won't be able to leave his name on the peak of gravity if he reaches the 2000th level. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Third brother is too stubborn. His best result before this was the 1965th level. If he wants to surpass the 35 level gap, he'll have to improve his strength. The other young man also shook his head and sighed. Bush. At this moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air at the foot of the peak of gravity, attracting their attention. Their attention was immediately drawn to Huan Er's flawless face. Aren't they Duan Lingtian and Huan? Who else could it be but Huan Er in the Genius Secret Realm? After a brief conversation, the 2 young men quickly figured out the identities of Duan Lingtian and Huan. After all, Huan Er's face was very recognizable. In the Genius Secret Realm, no one had ever seen anyone who could compare to Huan Er in terms of looks, let alone someone who was prettier than her. Could this Duan Lingtian be the Duan Lingtian who broke the record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda? The young man muttered to himself. I don't think so. Duan Lingtian couldn't even reach the 3000th step in the peak of gravity. It has only been 8 years, how strong can he be? The middle-aged man shook his head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the peak of gravity again. Shall we compete? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. Sure. As soon as Huan finished speaking, the 2 young men at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered that Duan Lingtian and Huan had vanished from their sight. Teleportation? This thought appeared in their minds at the same time. It wasn't that no one used teleportation to climb the peak of gravity, but if one used teleportation to reach a high place, it would be very uncomfortable. He might as well climb up 1 level at a time. That way, he would be able to go further. When Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's names lit up on the peak of gravity leaderboard, the 2 people at the foot of the mountain looked up, and their pupils constricted. This was because they discovered that, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huan appeared on the 3000th step. With a single teleportation, he crossed 3000 steps. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's ranking on the peak of gravity was pushed behind Huan. As for Huan, her previous record was the 3,000 step, so her position did not change this time. However, even so, the two people below the peak of gravity were still shocked. Heavens! They just teleported to the 3,000 step. That's 30,000 meters of the peak of gravity. It's understandable if it's Huan. After all, she once climbed the 3,000 step. However, what's up with Duan Lingtian? 8 years ago, he couldn't even climb the 3,000 step, and now he's able to do it with just a single teleportation? Huan Er's body swayed a little, but Duan Lingtian's body didn't move at all. It's as though he didn't feel any pressure at all. The two people at the foot of the peak of gravity were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's current state. At the same time, the people at the other 98 peak of gravity also noticed the changes in the peak of gravity leaderboard. Duan Lingtian? They're challenging the peak of gravity again? Duan Lingtian has also climbed the 3,000 step? Didn't they say that Duan Lingtian and the Duan Lingtian who broke the Formation Spirit Pagoda are not the same person? As the people at the foot of the peak of gravity discovered Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's names, the peak of gravity became lively again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Outside the genius secret realm, the prodigies who were busy with their own matters began to make their way to the peak of gravity curiously when they heard the news. Su Li is ranked first as well. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space's fundamental profundity, the space elemental profundity, surged out of his body and easily withstood the pressure from the peak of gravity. Only at this moment did he pay attention to the peak of strength ranking and discover that Su Li was also the one who had left his name at the top of the peak of gravity list. Su Li was ranked first on the peak of gravity leaderboard since he had climbed the 3,552nd step. Su Li is quite strong. I didn't expect him to be a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect as well. I thought he was just a grassroots prodigy. Earlier, when he was outside the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he had heard people talking about Su Li. At that time, he learned Su Li was also a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Based on the current situation, Su Li was even stronger than Yu Tianxing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Meanwhile, Huan Er, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, finally caught her breath. Let's continue. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huan Er before he continued to climb the peak of gravity. His speed was so fast that the two prodigies at the foot of the peak of gravity were dumbfounded. He's still so fast after climbing the 3,000 step? The two prodigies were shocked to see Duan Lingtian climbing the 3,300 step at an extremely fast speed. Although he had slowed down a little, he was still very fast. It was only when Duan Lingtian reached the 3,500 step that his speed began to slow down. At the same time, Huan Er's speed began to slow down when she reached the 3,300 step. Could it be that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength 8 years ago? Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian is ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Moreover, it seems like he's doing it with ease. He must have hidden his strength 8 years ago. When the crowd saw Duan Lingtian's name had surpassed Yu Tianxing's, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was ranked second on the peak of gravity ranking. Duan Lingtian, who challenged the peak of gravity 8 years ago, was the same person who broke the record set by Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, in the Formation Spirit Pagoda. I wonder if Huan Er has grown stronger in the past 8 years or if she hid her strength back then. She's almost at the 3,400 step now. Many people noticed Huan Er's rapid rise in the peak of gravity ranking. He surpassed Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's name rose to the top of the peak of gravity ranking, surpassing Su Li. Su Li's record was at the 3,552nd step. Currently, Duan Lingtian had reached the 3,553rd step. However, Duan Lingtian was still climbing the peak of gravity ranking. Step by step, Is Duan Lingtian going to challenge the record set by Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Many people felt chills running up their spines when they saw this. Their eyes lit up as they looked at Duan Lingtian, who had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking. Will he be able to create another miracle? I think it's possible. After all, he broke Yu Jianqing's record in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and surpassed Yu Jianqing's record by quite a bit. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break Yu Jianqing's record. I agree. Whether it's the Formation Spirit Pagoda or the Peak of Gravity, it's all about strength. That's why Yu Jianqing was able to set the record in both places. If Duan Lingtian manages to break Yu Jianqing's record, he'll be acknowledged as the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Nando territory. At this moment, many people were looking forward to Duan Lingtian breaking Yu Jianqing's record again. Duan Lingtian is really strong. Yu Tianxing and Hejian appeared in the air near the peak of gravity again. Hejian could not help but click his tongue when he saw the name that had reached the top of the peak of gravity ranking. Senior brother Tianxing, do you think Duan Lingtian can break the highest record set by the sect leader at the peak of gravity? Hejian asked Yu Tianxing. Chapter 32-33. When he broke the record of the peak of gravity, I'm not sure if he would have been able to break the record of the peak of gravity if he had only taken one breath less than Uncle. In response to Hejian's question, Yu Tianxing looked at the name at the top of the peak of gravity ranking and replied, however, the time he took to pass the Formation Spirit Pagoda was 5 breaths shorter than Uncle. This also means that his strength is much stronger than eldest Uncle's from back then. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to break Uncle's peak of gravity record if he wants to. As though Yu Tianxing's words were true, Duan Lingtian managed to ascend to the 3,600th and 3,700 steps in just a blink of an eye, even though his speed had slowed down. When he reached the 3,700th level, his speed slowed down further. However, he still easily reached the 3,788th level, successfully breaking Yu Jianqing's record from back then. He broke the record again. Yu Jianqing's record has been held by the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect for almost 10,000 years. Moreover, both of his records were broken by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is definitely the #1 prodigy in the Nando territory. Yu Tianxing? Su Li? I feel like none of them can compare to him. The difference is too big. Su Li should be fine, right? After all, he's not even 300 years old yet. Duan Lingtian might be 800 or 900 years old, just like Yu Tianxing. You're right. Su Li's potential isn't something he can compare to. Duan Lingtian's achievement of breaking Yu Jianqing's record at the peak of gravity caused an uproar in the genius secret realm once again. Naturally, many people had expected Duan Lingtian to break the peak of gravity record. After all, the peak of gravity was similar to the Formation Spirit Pagoda. Both of them tested one's strength. As long as one was strong enough, one could easily break the record in both places. This was the same case for Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was much more terrifying than Yu Jianqing. He still plans to continue to challenge higher levels? When they realized that Duan Lingtian's name was still flashing, the people near the peaks of gravity were shocked. That Huan reached the 3,539th level, one level higher than Yu Tianxing's. At the same time, many people discovered that Huan had already left the peak of gravity. She had surpassed Yu Tianxing, the prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, and was ranked 3rd on the peak of gravity ranking. Yu Tianxing is really unlucky. The Formation Spirit Pagoda was pushed down by Huan, by a breath's time, and the peak of gravity was pushed down by Huan, by 2 steps. Many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Yu Tianxing was unlucky. However, their words were quickly refuted by others. What do you mean by unlucky? That strength okay? A single breath of time in the Formation Spirit Pagoda isn't that simple. Also, everyone has a limit on the peak of gravity. Could it be that you have the confidence to reach a level higher than your limit? No matter what, No one doubted that she was stronger than Yu Tianxing. Of course, the strength mentioned here was pure strength and did not include other external forces. After all, external strength such as celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons were prohibited in the peak of gravity and the formation spirit pagoda. One could only rely on one's own strength. If it were not for the peak of gravity and the formation spirit pagoda, no one would dare to say that Huan O was a match for Yu Tianxing. After all, Yu Tianxing was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Even if Yu Tianxing fought Su Li outside, Su Li might not be able to do anything to him if Yu Tianxing used all his strength. Everyone was well aware of this. Duan Ling Tian is too strong. I wonder how many more levels he'll be able to reach? Everyone who was in front of the peak of gravity was shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian ascending to the 3,800th level. Even those who were not in front of the peak of gravity were shocked. About an hour later, Duan Ling Tian finally stopped and did not continue to challenge. At this time, he had reached the 3,922nd floor, which was a height of 39,220 meters. His record had surpassed Yu Jiancheng's record by more than 100 levels. It was truly heaven-defying. Rumor has it that those who break 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm will be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Many people were envious when they thought about this. Among Emperor-grade celestial weapons, offensive celestial weapons were extremely rare. Among the group of prodigies who entered the Genius Secret Realm, it was likely that none of them possessed a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Who would not be envious when they found out Duan Ling Tian would be rewarded with a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had left the peak of gravity and was standing next to Huan, also received his reward. It was a flexible armor. A purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he confirmed the soft armor in his hand was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Then, he passed the soft armor to Huan. However, Huan did not accept it. Brother Ling Tian, you don't have a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. You should keep it for yourself. Previously, Huan had accepted Duan Ling Tian's Emperor-grade celestial sword because she knew Duan Ling Tian had the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, she was unwilling to accept a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. In the end, Duan Ling Tian could not persuade Huan to accept the soft armor. He decided to give it to her when he obtained another purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Brother Ling Tian, where should we go next? Huan asked Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the others at the foot of the peak of gravity and asked in a loud voice, "Everyone, do you know where we can break the record?" Now that Duan Ling Tian had broken 2 records in the Genius Secret Realm and obtained 2 Emperor-grade celestial weapons, he could finally taste the sweetness of victory. Now, he really wanted to find some places where he could break records and challenge them. If he could break a few more records, he might be able to obtain a few more Emperor-grade celestial weapons. At this moment, there were more than 2 people at the foot of the peak of gravity. Many people had come to inquire about the peak of gravity. At this moment, there were dozens of people gathered at the foot of the peak of gravity. There are many places where we can break the record. However, the records in those places can't be broken by strength alone. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said to Duan Ling Tian, "That's right." Another middle-aged man chimed in, "Even Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, only managed to break the record at the peak of gravity and the formation spirit pagoda. As for the records in other places, he didn't manage to break the record at all. It's not that difficult to break the record at those places." Many people reminded Duan Ling Tian that although there were many records that could be broken, they could not be broken by strength alone. Who can lead the way? Duan Ling Tian did not think it was necessary for him to break the record. He only wanted to broaden his horizons. There's a place called the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation nearby. You can break the record there. A young man chimed in. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Many people gasped when they heard the young man's words. The 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation in the Genius Secret Realm. Those who can come out within a limited time will be ranked on the ranking. Based on this, it's obvious that it's not simple. When I entered the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation 2 years ago, no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find the way out. In the end, I had no choice but to wait for the time to be up. The highest record for the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was set 100,000 years ago, right? The person who set the record was a prodigy from the Profound Cat Clan. The Profound Cat Clan specializes in illusory formations. Their prodigies are born with the ability to create illusory formations. I remember the person who came closest to setting the record was a prodigy from the Phantom Fox Clan. That prodigy is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox Clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Her name is Du Xian. I remember her name as well. She's a woman. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he instinctively turned to look at Huan, who was standing next to him. As expected, when Duan Ling Tian looked at Huan, tears welled up in her eyes. Huan's mother's name was Du Xian. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this when he met Huan's great-aunt, Du Fei, in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory. For this reason, he immediately thought of Huan's mother when someone mentioned Du Xian. You'll meet your mother sooner or later. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian comforted her. Moreover, the Phantom Fox Clan's Du Clan is in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Once you become a Celestial Emperor, I'll accompany you there to see if your mother is there. All right. Huan's mood improved when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then she said to Duan Lingtian, Brother Lingtian, I'd like to have a look at the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. A hint of mockery could be seen on his face as he said, It seems like you're going to break the record for the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. Duan Lingtian had only heard about the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation recently. However, based on the discussions in the surroundings, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was a place where illusory formations were set up. As a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox Clan, she was naturally immune to illusory formations. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was nothing to Huan. Where's the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at the person who had brought up the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. The person enthusiastically led Duan Lingtian to the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were making their way to the 10,000 Elephants Illusory Formation, the people in the vicinity of the Peak of Gravity followed them. Chapter 32-34. The 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation was located in a vast valley. Anyone who entered would be able to challenge the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. However, when a group of people arrived to watch Duan Lingtian challenge the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation, they discovered that Duan Lingtian did not enter the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. On the other hand, Huan, who was next to Duan Lingtian, had entered the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. Duan Lingtian, why isn't he going in? The group of people who followed Duan Lingtian to the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation could not help but feel puzzled when they saw that Duan Lingtian had no intention of entering the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. The person who's currently ranked first in the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation is Ho Zilong. The 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation's ranking was formed by the white clouds outside the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. Su Li is only ranked 6th. Yu Tianxing is ranked 8th. As for Feng Chi, she's ranked 4th. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw a few prodigies from Grade 1 forces in the top 10 of the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation. However, even someone as strong as Su Li was only ranked 6th. Moreover, there was a huge gap between him and the person ranked first. Ho Zilong only spent 7 days, 5 hours, and 15 minutes to clear the 1,000 Elephants Illusory Formation? Su Li, on the other hand, spent 16 days to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Although Ho Zilong was ranked in the top 10 of the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he was ranked at the bottom. This showed that he was much weaker than Su Li. However, he was ranked first in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. This showed that he was skilled in illusory formations. Either that or he was born immune to illusory formations. What's the highest record in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? Duan Lingtian asked the person who brought them there curiously. He knew the highest record was set by a prodigy from the Profound Cat clan from 100,000 years ago. The Profound Cat clan was similar to the Phantom Fox clan in that they were skilled in illusory formations. However, unlike the Profound Cat clan who specialized in breaking illusory formations, the Phantom Fox clan specialized in setting up illusory formations. Because of that, the two clans were like natural enemies. Furthermore, in the Jade Emperor Heaven, the two clans were constantly fighting each other. 3 days and 1 hour. The person Duan Lingtian asked answered in a timely manner. 1 hour in 3 days? The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched slightly. Wouldn't that mean that he would take less than half the time compared to Ho Zilong, who was currently ranked first? I wonder if Huan will be able to break her record. Previously, Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to defeat Ho Zilong. However, now that he knew the gap between Ho Zilong and the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan from 100,000 years ago, he no longer dared to think that way. Time passed quietly. After about 3 hours, someone finally couldn't help but ask Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, are you still not going in?" Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then shook his head. "I don't plan to go in." "You don't plan on going in?" Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What were they doing here? Weren't they here to watch Duan Lingtian challenge the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? However, Duan Lingtian said he wasn't interested in it. Let's disperse. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian has no intention of entering the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. A middle-aged man shook his head and turned around to leave. I was waiting for Duan Lingtian to challenge the Thousand Elephants illusory formation, but I didn't expect him to have no intention of entering at all. If he doesn't want to enter, what's the point of waiting? Let's go. Just as the crowd was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone felt as though their feet were filled with lead, and they could not move an inch. This was because the person who appeared in front of them was none other than Huan. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Huan. He knew what this meant. It meant that she had cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. However, it had only been 3 hours since she had entered the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Only those who successfully clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation will be able to leave the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Otherwise, they'll be trapped inside for a month. She only took 3 hours to come out? Doesn't this mean she only took 3 hours to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? 3 hours. That's impossible, right? 3 hours? Even the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan from 100,000 years ago took 3 days to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. How's that possible? Did she fail to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? Did she find a way to come out earlier? Huan Er's return from the Thousand Elephants illusory formation shocked everyone. Even those who were about to leave turned around when they saw Huan Er's return. Those who had left the Thousand Elephants illusory formation turned around when they heard Huan Er had returned. Why don't we look at the ranking to see if she cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation? If she really cleared the Thousand Elephants illusory formation and didn't find a way to come out, her name will definitely be on the ranking. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their attention to the 10,000 Elephants illusory formations ranking. Ho Zilong was no longer ranked first in the 1,000 Elephants illusory formation but Huan 3 hours. When the onlookers saw Huan's name and the time next to it, they were dumbfounded. This is real. At the same time, the people outside the 1,000 Elephants illusory formation were dumbfounded as well. When the people in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation followed Duan Lingtian to the Thousand Elephants illusory formation, they had also received news that Duan Lingtian was going to the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. For this reason, they had all gone to the nearest illusory formation. Initially, they thought they would be able to see Duan Lingtian clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. However, they did not expect to see the ranking of the woman next to Duan Lingtian. Huan was ranked first. Huan only spent 3 hours to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. 100,000 years ago, the prodigy from the profound cat clan took 3 days to clear the Thousand Elephants illusory formation. Huan only spent 3 hours? Heavens! This record is heaven-defying. Who's going to break this record in the future? The record of 3 days has been maintained for 100,000 years. How long will the record of 3 hours last? 1,000,000 years? How terrifying! This is too terrifying. Huan's achievement in the Thousand Elephants illusory formation shocked everyone. Even the prodigies from the various Grade 1 forces were shocked. Initially, they thought Duan Lingtian was monstrous enough. However, they did not expect the woman next to Duan Lingtian was equally monstrous. How did she do it? Many of them still found it hard to believe. Some even wondered if they were dreaming. After all, 3 hours was too long. Even when Duan Lingtian broke the record set by Yu Jiancheng, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, and the peak of gravity, it was not as shocking as Huan's achievement. Firstly, Huan had broken the record that had stood for 100,000 years. Secondly, the record that had stood for 100,000 years was nothing compared to what Huan had just achieved. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had only surpassed Yu Jiancheng by a few breaths in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and more than 100 steps in the peak of gravity. 3 hours. 3 days. How many times was the difference? I didn't expect to witness 3 records being broken in the Genius Secret Realm. This is only the 3rd time in the Genius Secret Realm's hundreds of thousands of years of history, right? Indeed, it's the 3rd time. I remember there's a legend in the Genius Secret Realm that if the highest records in 3 places are broken in the 10 years the Genius Secret Realm is open, the God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm will open? God's secret treasure? That's just a legend, right? It said that God's secret treasure is a ruin that once led to a realm of gods in the Genius Secret Realm? I think so. Rumor has it that the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect discovered that place. They joined forces with the powerhouses of the Ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan to open a path to that place. Many people began to recall the legend of God's secret treasure in the Genius Secret Realm when Duan Lingtian and Huan broke the records. However, most people thought it was just a legend. 3 records have been broken. It seems like God's secret treasure will be open soon. I never thought that Yu Tianxing would be able to see this day. Yu Tianxing and He Zhan stood together outside a 10,000 elephants illusory formation. At this moment, Yu Tianxing's eyes were filled with excitement. Senior brother Tianxing, it seems like we'll have a chance to see God's secret treasure. It's said that God's secret treasure is a holy land for cultivation. I can't wait to see it. He Zhan's eyes were filled with anticipation as well. Others might think God's secret treasure was just a legend. However, as prodigious disciples of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, they knew God's secret treasure was not just a legend. The God's secret treasure really did exist. Moreover, it was the ruin of a realm of gods. Back then, the powerhouses of the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan had opened a path to the ruin. In order to stabilize the ruin, they had created a little world above it. When the powerhouses from the 3 Grade 1 forces entered the ruin, it had almost collapsed. Later on, they discovered that the ruin would not be affected as long as it was not a celestial emperor. For this reason, they only allowed celestial lords to enter the Genius Secret Realm. However, if they only allowed celestial lords to enter, some powerful celestial emperors would still be able to enter. For this reason, they set up a formation that restricted those above the age of 1,000 from entering the Genius Secret Realm. With this, almost all celestial emperors could enter the genius secret realm. After all, in the history of the Devata realms, there were only a few celestial emperors below the age of 1000. The formation at the entrance of the genius secret realm that restricts those above the age of 1000 is from the tidal temple. Even the most powerful titled celestial emperors won't be able to break it. The legendary gods might be able to break it, but once they break it, the genius secret realm will collapse, and the ruin will cease to exist. After listening to their explanation, Duan Ling Tian learned about the gods' secret treasure in the genius secret realm. Chapter 32-35. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had heard from the Chaos Divine Flame that even a supreme expert who had created a divine realm would die. After the death of a supreme expert, the realm of gods that he had created would be destroyed by the supreme expert who had killed him. This was because only 18 realms of gods could exist in this world. If the old realms of gods did not disappear, the new realms of gods would not appear. Are there really ruins of realms of gods in this world? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask the profound divine metal, Chaos Divine Flame, and Chaos Divine Earth in his body. The Chaos Divine Earth's words still rang in his mind. This world can only hold 18 realms of gods at most. If a new supreme expert is born, as long as he kills another supreme expert, he'll be able to destroy the other supreme expert's realm of gods and create his own realm of gods. On the other hand, if he's killed by another supreme expert, he'll die, let alone create his own realm of gods. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Chaos Divine Flame was the first to answer, of course. A realm of gods is created by a supreme expert. It's not difficult for a supreme expert to destroy a realm of gods. All he has to do is destroy its core. However, if a supreme expert wants to destroy a realm of gods, he won't waste his energy to destroy the entire realm of gods after destroying its core. First, it's not necessary. After all, after destroying the core of another supreme expert's realm of gods, the realm of gods will be destroyed, and the supreme expert will be able to create a new realm of gods. Second, if a supreme expert destroys the core of a realm of gods before destroying the entire realm of gods, it'll take a lot of effort even for a supreme expert. For this reason, it's rare for a supreme expert to destroy another supreme expert's realm of gods after destroying the other supreme expert's realm of gods. Under such circumstances, a realm of gods that has lost its core will begin to wander about in spatial turbulence. In the end, it'll fall to the bottom of the river like a stone and stay there forever. That's where the ruins of a realm of gods are located. If the celestial emperor is powerful enough, he'll be able to open up a passage to the realm of gods in his little world. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, it's possible for celestial emperors to discover the ruins of realms of gods when they establish little worlds. However, if a celestial emperor enters the ruins, the realm of gods that has lost its core won't be able to withstand the pressure from the celestial emperor and will self-destruct. Therefore, what they said is true. The genius secret realm has a passage that leads to the ruins of a realm of gods. After all, there's no smoke without wind. The Chaos Divine Flame's origin. Boy! At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Boy! If that's really a realm of gods, you're in for a treat. After all, the cultivation environment in the ruins of a realm of gods is incomparable to any place in the Devata realms. In the Devata realms, even if you have the divine tree of life to help you cultivate, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms is limited. Once you enter the ruins of a realm of gods, with the help of the divine tree of life, your cultivation speed will increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice grew louder as it continued to say, moreover, the speed of comprehending the various laws in the realms of gods will increase as well. If low-level 5 divine elements like us enter the ruins of a realm of gods, we'll be able to absorb the 5 elemental energy in the ruins to improve our strength. A hint of excitement could be heard in the Chaos Divine Flame's true God's realm. Moreover, there must be many god weapons in the ruins of the realm of gods. This is because when a supreme powerhouse kills another supreme powerhouse and destroys the core of the realm of gods, the core of the realm of gods will release a terrifying energy that annihilates all living beings in the realm of gods. Most of the living beings in the realm of gods possess divine weapons. After they die, their divine weapons will naturally be left behind in the ruins of the realm of gods. However, it won't be easy to find divine weapons. After all, when the realm of gods was destroyed, the seawater poured in, and heaven and earth were turned upside down. Even if there are divine weapons, no one will know where they are buried. One can only rely on luck to find them. Of course, this is only true for ordinary people. You have the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, and that girl has become the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. As the sword soul of the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, she's very sensitive to other divine weapons. She'll be able to detect divine weapons as long as there's a divine weapon nearby. The Chaos Divine Flame paused for a moment before it said enviously, "Sometimes, I can't help but envy you. Your luck is heaven-defying." After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian knew the god's secret treasure was not just a rumor. The god's secret treasure was real. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, a loud voice rang in his ears. It was the same voice that had made the announcement many times in the genius secret realm. The voice was loud and clear, and it reverberated in the ears of the prodigies in the genius secret realm. The god's secret treasure will open in 6 months. His voice reverberated throughout the entire genius secret realm, causing the group of supreme talents inside to be a little dazed. After a moment, they regained their senses and were somewhat ecstatic. The god's secret treasure is not just a rumor, it really exists? The god's secret treasure is really in the ruins of the land of gods? It said that not only are there divine weapons everywhere in the ruins of the land of gods, but there are also divine beasts' remains. Those are all good stuff. I heard the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realm of gods is much denser than in the Devata realms. It's much easier to cultivate there. It's the same for comprehending the laws there as well. After the announcement that the god's secret treasure would open in 6 months spread throughout the genius secret realm, everyone was in an uproar. For a time, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's limelight was stolen. After all, the god's secret treasure was closely related to everyone's interests. Since Duan Lingtian and Huan Er had broken the record, they had only joined in the fun. Naturally, there were some people who were grateful to Duan Lingtian and Huan Er for opening the god's secret treasure. "Huan, let's go." Earlier, before the announcement about the god's secret treasure was made, the voice had already announced that Huan Er had broken the record. At the same time, she also obtained an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I broke the second record and obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. However, Huan Er only broke the first record and obtained a purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Huan Er's heaven-defying record has given her special treatment. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, although he had broken the records at the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda, he did not surpass the record holder by much. Huan Er, on the other hand, had surpassed the record holder by more than 20 times. What did it mean to be 20 times stronger than the record holder? Over the next 5 months, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er set many records. However, they were all unheard of. Moreover, they were all in areas that he was not familiar with. For example, setting up formations. Alchemy. Previously, when he was in the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, his alchemy skills were quite good with the Chaos Divine Flame. However, the Chaos Divine Flame was still in its 3rd form, and it was not good enough for him. There was also the matter of weapon forging. There's only a month left before God's secret treasure opens. Until now, I still don't know where the entrance to God's secret treasure is. Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. After all, he was not the only one who did not know where the entrance to God's secret treasure was. Even the other people, including the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, did not know where it was. Moreover, according to the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces, the entrance to God's secret treasure was not fixed. Usually, the entrance to God's secret treasure would be guided before it opened. Now there's only 1 month left. Logically speaking, God's secret treasure should have given out guidance to the group of prodigies in the genius secret realm. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Half a day later, a dazzling golden light that resembled the sun appeared out of thin air in the distance. It immediately attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. Brother Lingtian, is that God's secret treasure's guidance? Wang asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I'm afraid everyone in the genius secret realm can see that golden light. It must be God's secret treasure's guidance. Let's go. Duan Lingtian and Huan walked side by side in the direction of the golden light. At the same time, the young prodigies in the divine offering land noticed the golden light as well. They immediately realized it was the entrance to God's secret treasure. For a moment, they stopped what they were doing and rushed in that direction. The entrance to God's secret treasure has appeared. I should be able to meet Duan Lingtian at the entrance. Su Li was also rushing in the direction of the golden light. At the same time, he was curious about the grassroots prodigy who shared the same name as his good friend, Duan Lingtian. Naturally, deep in his heart, he hoped that the grassroots prodigy was his good friend, Duan Lingtian. Although he did not think it was possible, he could not help but think about it. After all, he also hoped that his good friend would have such achievements. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Whether it was the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces or the grassroots prodigies, all of them were rushing in the direction of the golden light. They would do anything to enter God's secret treasure. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.